included candy and salty snacks. So I went with the Payday Bar.
Is that what that is?
That's what. Unfortunately, that's the king size. But a normal Payday Bar has 200 calories.
Okay.
A little bit more attractive with the wrapper on.
Candy's not a snack.
I guess not. It's peanuts, salt, sweet.
Candy's not a snack.
Okay, we don't need. Okay,
we bring those wrappers
I've
back?
never seen it without the wrapper. It's not. It's really not.
Can we get a diaper
appealing.
for Al's
It's not
candy
that
bar?
appealing.
Good
It's not
Lord.
that appealing. I've only eaten it out of the wrapper. I just can't. But so I went with the
That's
second.
one way not to eat a Payday Bar.
That's.
All right, wait. What about Carson?
I got
Carson?
Cheez-Its, man. Classic.
The Cheez-Its.
Cheez-Its.
Can I just say something? Our kids are always eating snacks. Do you guys remember when you were younger? Did your parents have extra snacks for you?
No.
Of course they didn't.
No.
But we're like, if you get on a plane for 2 hours, you
Yes.
have
Oh,
snacks,
yeah.
you're
Snacks.
panicking and freaking out.
How
What
did
are we
that happen?
doing?
It's because we feel guilty about the devices. We feel guilty now about iPads. So the snack is like, all right, give
So
me
we're
some-
adding that.
Yeah,
I mean,
our
our parents
snacks-
just said, here's an apple, whatever.
Well, yeah.
Here's
When
water.
we were kids, it was an apple. Here's some grapes.
Here's some grapes.
Good night.
Mushy
Explain
grapes.
why you have the
Great.
Doritos as well.
Well, my favorite salty snack is Cheetos. This is the closest color to a Cheeto.
Everything about you is complicated.
It is.
How about a Cheez-It?
Hey, have you met me?
All right. Yeah, by the way, Sam.
But you do like a Dorito.
Can we say bye to Sam?
Yeah.
Love you.
Bye, Sam.
Bye, Sam.
He's eating his cookie. I was gonna say.
I know, and he told everyone his password.
Yeah.
It's just not-
It did.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. It is 8:30. We're so happy that you're with us on the plaza. Let's take a nice long look. Travis, at our beautiful crowd. Travis is still going. He's still going. He's still going. What a great group, y'all. What a great, great group. What do we got coming up? Garcon?
Yes, thank you. Coming up this half hour, Maria Shriver's conversation with one of the country's most famous professors who teaches a very unique class all about how to live a truly meaningful life. She's going to share some of those lessons that we can all learn from.
By the way, anytime Maria's on our show, you learn,
feel
get
better.
you'll learn about 15 things.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Also, after we learn a few things, we're going to eat a few things. We got a tasty treat. Tasty treat for y'all this morning. Chef Evan Funky, that's right, that's his real last name. Chef Funky learned the secrets to pasta making in Italy. And Chef Funky's about to share his recipe for a springy lemon linguine that Mr. Roker, you're going to just love.
Oh,
And
we're in for a funky good time.
if all of that doesn't brighten your morning, how about some live music? Two-time Grammy winner Samara Joy is treating us to a special jazz performance. One of the most unique voices, I will say, out there right now.
It was the moment she won the Grammy for Best New Artist, the look on her face is like one that you will never forget. We're going to show it to you, too.
Okay, then later on the third hour of today, our Consumer Confidential on tipping etiquette. Who gets them, how much, and how do you handle the dreaded guilt tip? We're going to cover it all for you.
And then we got more music for you guys tomorrow. Guess what we have? When contemporary Christian singer Lauren
love Lauren
Daigle.
Daigle.
By the way, she's a 10 plus.
There's a new book that's really helping people find some answers. It's called Life Worth Living. It's from our friend Maria Shriver's Open Field imprint. Maria's joining us live this morning. Good to see you again, Maria.
Hi, all of you. You give me so much joy and meaning. Good morning. Well, this book's message is a really special one. In the chaos of all of our lives, the question is, how do we actually find a life worth living? The author is a Yale professor who also teaches a highly popular class on this topic. And now he's sharing his lessons to help us all focus on what matters most. You are watching one of the most popular classes at one of the country's best colleges, Yale University.
Our humanity.
But here, theology professor Miroslav Volf teaches students something they rarely learn in school: how to live a meaningful life. When one starts to ask oneself these questions, what matters most? Why do I want this? What should I want? We can get really confused.
The goal is not to constantly have to think about what kind of life is worth living. The goal is for that vision of a good life to become one's second nature.
Now, Volf and his co-authors are sharing their toolkit for this in the new book, Life Worth Living, a guide to what matters most. You say in the beginning, this book could wreck your life. Is that because you think that for many people, once they ask these questions, all hell's going to break loose?
Yeah, they may radically change the course of life.
He says the first step to finding a life worth living, reassess what you think makes you happy.
We want what we see that other people want.
Too often, he says, we equate the trivial, like how much money we earn and what things we can buy, with real success.
Trouble with money is that pretty soon money morphs from being a means to achieve certain end to being an end in itself.
So how does somebody stop on the road to money and go, wait a minute, do I have enough? What is enough?
The question can be simply, what am I losing by pursuing monetary success? What am I getting? And what am I losing?
Volf says he's been contemplating these questions for decades. Growing up in communist Yugoslavia, he searched for meaning in his life and found it in the study of religion. He says its tenets teach us another key to living a good life. Instead of rejecting those who disagree with you, embrace them.
There is a commandment in 1 Peter, 2 words, honor everyone, which means I need to listen to them, which means I need to open myself up to see whether I can learn something from a person with whom I profoundly disagree.
Volf says his students often struggle with this next adage, the importance of pain and suffering. We think pain is a negative, and you say pain matters in a life worth living.
I think pain matters because it opens us up to who we truly are. Often it is possible for that suffering to turn us into something much more beautiful than we were before.
Students say his class has been life-changing.
I'm starting to think more and more that it's not about what I'm doing so much as why I'm doing the things that I'm doing.
I've realized so far in this class, community is like one of the most important things to me. And to me, I feel successful if I embody that value day to day.
And Volf says that's perhaps the most vital element of a life worth living, cultivating meaningful community and friendships around you.
If one does it alone, chances of succeeding are much lesser than if one has friends, because they make us honest with ourselves and they take us into the places which we otherwise would not have gone.
At the end of every chapter, Volf has readers ponder a list of questions about their choices in life, and they really make you think. And I'm excited to share this book and get people's reactions to it, because each question you ask yourself takes you to another question. It takes you deeper and deeper. And he says that so many of us actually have forgotten how to think and question ourselves about why we're doing what we're doing. So I hope you guys read it and enjoy it.
Well, if you're recommending it, we certainly will.
By the way, during your piece in the
the middle of it. I already ordered it on Amazon.
I saw it.
It's
I
done.
looked down.
No, it's already.
I was like,
it's
what,
already-
what are you
doing? I'm ordering that book right now. Those questions I already learned in that one piece.
Yeah.
Didn't you think, Carl?
I just enrolled in Yale. I take it. I'm in. I got in.
Here.
By the way, and what a perfect book for your imprint. I was just thinking it's so right in your perfect lane. Maria,
Purposeful.
thank
My
you.
sweet spot.
We're
All
excited.
right.
Thank you, guys.
Except
Nice
miss you,
to see
Maria.
you all.
See you.
Welcome back. And this morning on Today Food, a delicious pasta that is perfect for spring. It's called linguine alla mode. And here to share his expertise and his recipe, this is Chef Evan Funky. He is a pasta master. He's studied the art of making this by hand in Italy.
right.
And his newest restaurant, Funky,
That's right.
opening next month in Los Angeles. We are honored to have you this
Honored to
morning,
be here.
Chef.
Thank you so much. You
for
like
being
lemon?
here. I love lemon.
Okay,
and
so-
I love pasta.
This pasta is fantastic. You walk in your dog, you see a beautiful lemon tree.
Yeah.
Grab some leaves, okay? So,
Lemon
linguine-
leaves.
That's right.
Okay.
Linguine al limone, all right? So lemon's great. These are Sorrento lemons. They're a little different than regular lemons.
Why do you like
Much
these?
more aromatic.
Okay.
The pith actually tastes quite sweet. There you
Oh,
go.
you're
I was
right.
going to use that one, but that's okay. Okay, so lemon leaves, right? Smack it, crush it. Smell that.
Oh, wow.
Okay, what we're gonna do now,
That's a
we're
fun
gonna
little
take
game.
a smashed clove of garlic, freshen you up in the morning, right?
like that.
Okay,
Let my
so we've
hands
got some
burn.
olive oil, there we go,
right.
lemon leaves, smashed garlic, aglio, olio, peperoncino. What I've done is kind of blended it in the spice grinder to kind of get a gentle warmth. If you get a big pop of a seed, it blows your whole palate out. So I blend them in the spice grinder first, okay?
Okay, I'm gonna
Now,
do
a
one
little
of
bit
these
of
leaves
butter, there you go. A little bit of butter with the
bit.
olive oil. You can omit the butter if you like.
Stop it.
You like that? Stop. Okay, so we got it all. We got some parsley someplace.
Okay.
All right. Fry this as
Parsley.
well.
That seems pretty simple so
It's
far.
very easy and it's just that hard.
Okay.
So with this, we're ready. We'll drop the pasta.
What
'cause
kind
this
of
is-
pasta do you
So this is linguine.
Okay.
But we can also substitute angel hair, spaghetti, tagliatelle. This pasta is kind of made pretty much anywhere you can find lemons. Sicily, I just got back from Sicily last night.
Last
Literally
night.
last night. My brain doesn't know where I am.
How much pasta water are we using there?
This is about 4 ounces, so this is a smaller portion, but the recipe online is for 4 people.
Okay.
So when you use all the lemon leaves, a couple of cloves of smashed garlic.
What's
all
the
olive.
verdict over there, C. Daly?
It's really incredible. You know,
Yeah.
you're
Good.
the serious chef when you happened to be in Sicily last night.
That's not. Chef,
The lemon
Literally
itself,
last night.
chef, it's so bright, and no one.
Isn't
but
it?
the cheese
It's
sits
simple.
nicely on that lemon.
Yeah,
Just a
It
nice,
softens
simple
the acidity.
It's beautiful.
Okay, so this pasta's ready to go. So we want to make an emulsification.
How do you do that?
Just agitate.
Just agitate.
Agitate,
Kind of like
agitate.
Roker. Kind of like Roker.
All right, so pasta's ready. Magic of television, okay?
No,
What I
actually, you
wanna
made
do is-
that. You did that in real time, buddy.
Okay, so what we want to do is really whip this. We want to whip it. Come on. Whip the pasta.
Whip it.
Whip it.
Whip it good.
We want to get the starch to extract into the pasta, okay? We're going to move over here.
Yes, sir. Oh, look at that.
Oh, my God, this is on fire.
Okay.
Okay. What we want to do is add a little Parmigiano Reggiano to soften the acidity.
Timing is everything.
Timing is everything.
right.
Making its own sauce.
Okay. Last but not least, we need the lemons.
Oh, the lemons. I forgot the lemons.
Which one did you lick?
Not that one. This is good. This is good. I didn't lick this one. I don't think.
Help me out. Ready?
Yeah.
Send it. Squeeze it.
Just right there?
Sorrentos have very few
that
seeds.
much
Obviously, you
That
pick
much
the one
lemon?
with the seeds. Oh, yeah. And the Parmigiano is going to really help out that acidity.
I love that.
Okay?
Oh, the combination.
And this,
You got to try this.
You've got this well in hand.
Montecatura. See how creamy that's getting now?
So light.
And what would you have done with the garlic, Chef?
Well, in Italy, they like to take the garlic out. But I love garlic, so I leave it in.
Chef, were you cooking in Sicily or visiting friends, or what were you doing?
So much eating.
Really?
I wasn't hungry after the third day.
If you could bring one thing back from Sicily and serve it in your restaurant, what would it be? Ooh. Like, what's the
Stories.
Boom.
Fit in well here. And you could add a protein to this, right? Like a chicken or shrimp or...
No, you couldn't.
No.
Yeah.
No, don't do that.
No.
Okay.
Don't do that. Okay.
Wait, hold on. I have breaking news about
Breaking news.
Twitter. We asked the question. Twitter answered. It turns out America would like to see Al consume his payday bar.
Oh,
His naked payday
Twitter
bar.
has spoken.
They would like to see that.
Wow.
I'll take your word. Here, would you help me?
Kind of a lady in the
Lady in the Trent moment? Oh, that's... and there's the meme. There's the meme. Great.
That's disgusting.
That is... This pasta's much better than that.
That was good.
I mean, I like payday.
Right, I
Chef
love
Funky.
that.
My pleasure. Thank you so much. Thank you all so
Just
much.
like Sicily.
Coming up next, guys, we got a musical treat. Samara Joy is here. She won Grammy for Best New Artist. She's got an incredible vibe, an incredible sound. She's right here in Studio 1A. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Chef Funky, thank you. What a treat.
Now, Chef, that protein thing, by the way.
Just can't get out of this mood last night.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
We're back, guys, with rising jazz superstar Samara Joy. Since she last visited us, Samara Joy, the Queen, has won 2 Grammy Awards, including Best New Artist, and her album Linger a While has been getting rave reviews. Samara, I have to tell you, I feel so proud of you because when you came on our show early on, there was always something magical. Oh. But to watch you, the Grammys were on, I was on my couch, I was watching, they called out the names of the nominees. We have the moment that you won. Let's take a look.
Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh.
Oh. I think if you want to know what disbelief looks like and shock, tell us what that moment felt like to be recognized as the best new artist.
It was absolutely crazy. Like, you'll see me looking, I'm like looking up and I'm like, I can't believe like there's so many celebrities in front of me. and Lizzo and Taylor Swift and like this big arena full of people. Like I was so surprised.
And the competition was crazy. It was Olivia Rodrigo, Norah Jones, Sam Smith. You won along with a lot of great people. Is there an artist that you look out and you say, wow, that's kind of what I'm looking toward?
Oh my gosh. There were so many. Oh my goodness. Probably Beyonce because she was standing right in front of me.
Oh my God, crazy. Your music is unique and beautiful, and people are calling you the new face of jazz. How would you describe your musical style?
Oh my gosh. Well, I would describe it as being influenced by a lot of different, musics growing up, but all classic. My family raised me on Motown and gospel and R&B and soul, and so kind of when I first encountered jazz, I was like, I feel like right at home.
It felt right in your heart.
Yeah.
What are you going to sing for us today?
Now I'm going to do one from Linger a While. It's called Social Call.
Social Call. Yeah. Take it away, Samara.
Happened to pass your doorway, gave you a buzz, that's all. Lately I've thought lots about you, so I thought I'd pay a social call. Do you recall the old days? We used to have a ball. Not that I'm lonesome without you, I just thought I'd pay a social call. I'd lie and say things are just swell, but to tell the truth, I haven't been too well. But if you should try to kiss me, promise that I won't stall. Maybe we'll get back together, starting from this incidental, little simple social call. Happen to pass your doorway, gave you a buzz, that's all. Lately I've thought lots about you, so I thought I'd pay a social call. Do you recall the old days? We used to have a ball. Not that I'm lonesome without you, I just thought I'd pay a social call. I'd lie and say that things are just well, but to tell the truth, I haven't been too well. If you should try to kiss me, promise that I won't stall. Maybe we'll get back together, starting from this incidental, little simple social call. Starting from this incidental, little simple social call.
Yes, 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 yes. Oh, so happy. Yo, Al, could
wonderful.
you? No, where are you performing live? We need to come. Is that happening?
Village Vanguard.
Oh.
Okay, all right.
5 nights, 6 nights.
Oh my
You
gosh,
are
that's the altar of
incredible.
jazz.
Congratulations on your success. We're so happy.
When are you there?
April 25th to the 30th.
That's a date. All right, we're going to see. You got more on the third hour. What do you have, Al?
Oh, we've got so much happening. We've got Grant Gustin of The Flash. It's their last season.
That's all.
And Tipping Etiquette.
Goodbye. Bye-bye. Thank you, Samara.
Thank you.
Amazing. That's amazing.
This morning on the third hour of Today, fighting back. Gwyneth Paltrow's lawyers go high-tech in her ski crash trial. What they say really happened on a Utah mountain 7 years ago, and when the case could head to the jury. Plus, Snack Attack. We're taking a bite out of some new findings about the way we eat, why we're snacking now more than ever, and the hot items that folks are reaching for. Then in our Consumer Confidential, tipping points. Who should you tip? How much should you give? And how to handle the infamous guilt tip. And in She Made It, it's not your average hairband.
I thought, well, what is something that I personally reach for every day that could be improved?
Meet the woman who turned a simple idea into a $100 million business all on her own. Today, Wednesday, March 29th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the third hour of Today. What day is it, Craig?
Hump day.
Mike. You're so happy.
It never gets old, Jim.
Yes,
well, at least not to
it doesn't
us.
get old to you, because you and your dad jokes, you team up right perfectly with
That's
Al.
what we're dads.
Yes.
That's what we do. Dylan's here. Craig's here. Our pal Jill is here as well.
Chanel's still on spring break?
Yes.
She's only been gone a couple days.
Just
It's
on a
only
week.
Wednesday.
Oh, that's true. Well,
Yeah, come on. She and her family deserve some time off.
I guess. Says the guy who was just off last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
We've got a lot to talk about on this Wednesday morning. We are going to start, though, once again with that courtroom drama involving Hollywood star Gwyneth Paltrow. Paltrow, of course, as you probably know by now, accused of running into a doctor on a Utah ski slope some 7 years ago. Her defense now presenting their case. And NBC's Kaylee Hart-Tong, she's been following this one from the very beginning. She has some new developments this morning. Kaylee, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning, guys. So Paltrow's defense team does not dispute that there was a collision on the Deer Valley slopes in 2016, but they say plaintiff Terry Sanderson's version of events simply could not have happened. Science and technology taking center stage Tuesday in court, with Gwyneth Paltrow's defense team using it to challenge previous testimony.
There's contact, fall to the right.
The actress's lawyers presenting an animated recreation of the crash that they say directly contradicts the plaintiff's key eyewitness, Craig Ramone.
We have two versions of the accident. We have Mr. Ramone's version and we have Miss Paltrow's version. And I'm sorry to say, Mr. Ramone's version does not meet with the laws of physics.
Would you say that Miss Paltrow's is the more likely of the two accounts?
Well, considering it's the only one that matches with the physics of what would happen in contact, yes, I think so.
The judge explaining to the jury that the animation cannot be considered evidence, but legal experts say the defense may have scored points with it anyway.
The reality is, juries look at that as evidence.
Terry Sanderson is suing Paltrow for at least $300,000, saying she slammed into him on a ski slope. The 76-year-old testified he's suffering from a permanent traumatic brain injury as a result of the 2016 collision. Paltrow is countersuing, saying it was in fact Sanderson who plowed into her.
It was like somebody was out of control and gonna hit a tree and was gonna die. And that's what I had until I was hit.
Mr. Sanderson categorically hit me on that ski slope, and that is the truth.
And I'm sure that that's what you believe. I'm not saying
because it's the truth.
Depositions of Paltrow's now teenage children that she shares with ex-Coldplay frontman Chris Martin were also read in court Tuesday. Moses and Apple Martin both testified years after the crash that neither of them saw the actual collision. But immediately after the crash, they say their mom unequivocally spoke about Sanderson running into her. The judge in the case has laid out a pretty strict schedule for an 8-day trial. So as of now, closing arguments are set for tomorrow, and then the jury will get the case. Guys, this case that's just delivered so much social media fodder could be over by the end of the week.
Aw, thank you, Kaylee Hart. I will say, wherever you fall on the side of who you think's responsible for it, I think it does say something that Gwyneth Paltrow, who could probably easily just write a check and have this guy go away,
And
that she has
showing up.
decided she wants her day in court.
Yeah.
So that's telling.
All right, well, we're going to turn the tables a little now to our changing eating habits. If you feel yourself grazing more and reaching for chips or pretzels or cookies throughout the day, you are not alone, apparently.
Snack sales are apparently way up. And of course, our Sam Brock is live from the snack aisle. So, Sam, what's behind the desire to snack more, and how much snacking have you partaked in this morning? Partook?
Yeah. Dylan,
how do it?
You don't have to ask me twice to do some sampling around the snacks. But look, this is a trend to your original question that predated the pandemic. And now what we're seeing is really, it was accelerated through COVID-19. People are home more, if there's more access to food and it's indulgent, and then you get into a new sort of routine. Also, though, guys, younger generations really had more of a focus on health-related snacking that then they shifted to older folks, too. So they actually started it, and there was almost like that ripple wave effect. So that's all going on right now. An interesting statistic, as you mentioned, Dylan, sales are up for snacks 12% year over year, some $11.6 billion at Wawa, where I am. It's actually up more than that, and it's interesting in the context of the fact that inflation has pushed up the price of food so much, and yet snacks are still over-indexing beyond those increases in costs.
Well,
I actually prefer the Coors Light behind you.
Yeah. No, we're actually eating as our favorite snack, Sam. But what is most popular now in the aisles as we look around behind you?
Yeah, Jill, it's a great question. So let me show you. This is not uncommon to see a full display here, which marries health benefits with typical foods. And this is the kind of thing that a lot of folks are really seeking out. So a paleo nut mix. That's one of the buzzwords, paleo, gluten-free as well. You'll see here that we have dark chocolate mango. So you're pairing chocolate and fruit. When you get the combination of things together, that's really what tends to sell. This, again, gluten-free chickpeas. So you feel like you're doing something healthy. It does have an added benefit of chocolate as well, the dopamine that Greg was talking about earlier, Craig rather. It was just sort of one of the things that you experience. Now, those with unique flavors, also important. Let me show you something here, guys, is that on the chips, a lot of this is branding as well. And I'm not endorsing these. This is an example of what works. This says red hot, fuego. The bolder and the hotter the taste, the more that those products seem to sell. And then there's also this nutritional thing where a lot of younger folks are taking meal replacements or things that have protein, sometimes caffeine in them as well. They feel like they're sort of doing two things at once and can use this instead of a full meal. And they do that throughout the course of a day.
So, Sam, why don't you show us your favorite snack? What are you grabbing for?
Maybe they'll send you some for free.
Yep.
Great question, Al. All right, so let me see. I have an entire collection of things here.
Yes.
I don't even know where I stuck it. I like the Voodoo Chips. You know, come with me for a second. Let me show you what I like. Voodoo Chips is one.
Love the Voodoo
Right
chip.
over here.
Zaps.
These are delicious. It's kettle style. It's got that New Orleans flavor to it. For me personally, that's one of them. Also, ice cream that has pretzels in it. When you're marrying the sweet, Al was talking about this earlier with Payday. When you marry the sweet and the salty, divine.
Oh, yeah, he has the Paydays right here.
Yes, I do. The Payday bar has a little of everything. It's got sweet, you're salty. It's got the crunch.
Benefit.
It's got, in fact, Men's Health said instead of grabbing a protein bar, it's much cheaper and more economical to just grab a Payday.
We love a good Payday.
Exactly.
I will notice with my kids, those like little added benefits or, popcorn that it's only 100 calories for a whole thing. Like I tend to grab those snacks to send them off to school with.
Jill, you like the Twinkie, but you dip it in...
I like a Twinkie, which I think never expires. You're getting a call.
I'll call him back.
And I put the M&Ms.
So it's a stuffed Twinkie.
Yeah, in the Twinkie.
Very nice.
They asked for my go-to.
I'm an old-fashioned guy. I like just a plain
old
Lay's
potato chip?
Just plain old Lay's potato chip.
I raise your chip with onion dip.
You like the Ruffles because they offer a little bit more.
And they have ridges.
I was going to
They
say.
do. Ruffles.
I do wonder, though, if the increase in snacking is not related to the decriminalization of marijuana nationwide. If we haven't seen snacking go up because I'm just putting out.
Why? No.
Okay. By the way, we have to talk about a pinch me moment for our resident golf fan. Dylan did not hit a hole in one, but
This is the
next best thing. She is featured in Golf Digest's Masters Preview Edition.
This is cool.
I'm so
Look at you.
excited. When they said it was going to be in the Masters Preview Edition, it was like that much more special because that's the one a lot of people will pick up, leading up to the Masters. So, it's just a great article about how I'm not great, but to follow your passions. If you love something, go for it, do it. It's opened up a lot of doors and a lot of opportunities for me just learning how to play later in life.
You get to go down to Augusta.
That's huge. I mean, this has become the new tradition before the Masters.
Playing in the Masters?
Yes, Craig.
You play. You can play the day before. They have the media.
I have not gotten that invite yet, but maybe if you read the article, you will give me maybe
but
that
you will be there live Friday.
Yes. So leading, the weekend before the Masters is the Augusta National Women's Amateur.
That's right.
Some of the best up and coming golfers get
and
to
you're
play.
playing in that.
I'm not playing.
Oh,
in
okay.
that. I will be reporting from there on Sunday. The final round takes place on Saturday. You can catch it on NBC and Peacock. All the up and coming female golfers who are going to be huge in the sport.
So you'll be caddying for one of them.
No, I just get to.
I think it's super
But I
cool
get
that
to walk the course.
Yeah.
There you go.
I think
walking
it's
Augusta
super
National
cool.
is
I
very
think
special.
first of all, it's a great thing to be in that Golf Digest. Kudos.
That's really
to
cool.
Thank
It's
you.
really
I'm
fun.
very, very excited
Very
about
nice.
that. So
Why are you
thanks.
looking at me like
It's the Twinkie.
All right. Well,
Dopamine.
before this just
Speaking
goes
of-
completely off the rails, let's get an etiquette lesson.
need
Vicky Wynn is going to share some tips about tipping. How much should we be giving? When is it okay to skip the tip? Which, of course, we know that's what Craig does.
That is not true.
Oh, that's right. You just don't pay. Then later, in She Made It, a woman behind a $100 million brand that began with a hairband. Her big break and advice to other entrepreneurs. We'll have a good look At that, when the third hour of today continues.
Chip? I did not double dip the chip.
You're okay. This morning in our Consumer Confidential, we are talking tips. How much should you give? Which ones can you skip? If you feel like you've reached a tipping point, our senior consumer investigative correspondent, Vicki Nguyen, she's here to help. And let's start there, Vic, because tipping, it used to be you do a good job, or you go to a nice restaurant,
You're
you tip
appreciative
15,
of a
20%.
service. Right.
Now it does seem like there is this expectation that no matter where you go or what service is performed, you should be tipping. How did we get here?
It is really contributing to a tipping fatigue in our society. Look, American culture, we are a very generous people. Tipping is part of the norm, but there's a real debate going on right now, especially among American service workers who look at their counterparts in Europe and they don't depend as much on tips. And it's because people are saying, you're not paying us a living wage. Restaurant servers make as little as $4 an hour and they're expected to make up the rest in tips, which is supported by everyone else. So there's a conversation happening about should employers pay more so that people aren't so dependent on their tips. The thing is, the pandemic, that made us even more generous. Creditcards.com says we tipped an average of $1.24 more per service during the pandemic because we were so grateful to those grocery deliveries, those food deliveries. But now we're kind of contracting and we're actually tipping less than we did in 2019. In fact, the number of people polled said that the times that they always tip at a sit-down restaurant is 73% now compared to 77% back in 2019.
That's not good.
Part of the tipping fatigue, when you are standing in line and someone is just going to hand you a bagel and then they turn that little screen around and it says no tip.
They don't even make eye
15,
contact
20,
with you.
25%. And there's a long line of people behind you and you just feel like I got to tip something. That kind of makes people less likely to tip in other places. So there's a debate about that too. Like, when do you have to tip?
There are services we've always tipped for, I feel like. But how do we know how much exactly to tip for, say, getting your hair done or services like that?
Yeah, the best rule of thumb when it comes to tipping, obviously tip what you can, but there are some expected standards. Pre-tax tipping, when you go to a restaurant, 20% is pretty much the expectation for good service. There was a great article written by a former server in Food and Wine magazine, and they said, even when they've had the most cringiest experience, they still tip 10%. The only times they say you can get away with zero is if the server absolutely ignores you, or does something terribly racist or offensive to you. That's the only time where they feel like it's acceptable to go down to zero. But beauty services, 20%. Delivery services, this one's interesting because let's say you order a meal that is a little more expensive from Uber Eats. You're going to be tipping a percentage of whatever that cost is, even though that meal might be literally the same effort lighter as a cheaper delivery. So you kind of have to look at the bill and decide what do I think is fair for that. When it comes to hotels, I don't know, you tip the housekeeping each night, right?
Yes, exactly.
So I always thought it was at least $10 a night, but actually some of the etiquette experts say anywhere from $2 to $15, depending on how many nights. But you're supposed to tip every night because there are different people that come
every night. Absolutely. Because it's different. They rotate through. Absolutely.
Just to follow up really quickly, Vic, because you just said something. A lot of times, people on a receipt will see like a service charge. And I think a lot of people wonder, okay, well, is that the tip? Am I tipping there with the service charge?
So for a while, you would see this service surcharge or a COVID surcharge. In California, they do a health insurance surcharge. So surcharges are different from tips. And if you have a question about
just
it,
ask
you
the
should
server.
ask. Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Usually when there are groups of 6 or more, they will add an
they add it
automatic gratuity
automatically.
of 18%. But sometimes that extra service charge, it depends on the restaurant. So
What
you should
about
ask.
the gray areas, like, you know, car wash, where you've got multiple people doing it, or to Dylan's point, where you're just picking up coffee?
I know. So this is where the etiquette experts at emilypost.com say it's okay to avoid the guilt tip. Don't tip if you don't feel like it was a personal service interaction. I would say at car wash, they're actually really doing something for you, and it is customary to tip. Sometimes they have the big tip jar, so you can give it to everybody, and they usually pool their tips together. So with the gray area, the movers is another one. You're already paying hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars for a big move.
Yeah, but not to those folks who are bringing the stuff off the truck.
Guys that are working a 12-hour day. So if you don't have the cash to tip them $40 to $50 each, then consider buying sandwiches or pizza and drinks for everybody for the day. You don't always have to tip in money. Do what you can.
Yeah, I will say, Sue Simmons, one of our legendary anchors here in New York, said, folks like us, there's a celebrity tax, and so you have to tip 30%.
Now the difference with that is, if you serve Al, you're going to get a 50% tip. You serve one of us, we can probably afford 25.
No, he's very generous, and so are you.
Thank you.
Vicky, those are great tips.
Yes, yeah, good one.
Thank you. I wish I had a 5 on me.
Oh, and always carry cash. That's the other tip. Always carry cash.
Yes.
And small bills, because you never know when the spirit moves you.
Okay, I'm getting the teases please from Greenie. So I want to talk about Wellness Wednesday, a mental health checklist. We're breaking down the symptoms and treatment for something called high-functioning anxiety. This is interesting. But first, she made it, the woman whose big brush, get it, with success, all began with one simple hair tie. We'll be right back.
This morning, Jill's going to bring us another great She Made It. You caught up with the entrepreneur of a person who's behind a $100 million business?
Yep, and it started with a simple hair tie. Well, maybe you've heard of Kitsch. The popular hair care brand sells everything from shampoo to pillowcases, but it all began 13 years ago when founder Cassandra Thurswell set out with a simple mission: to make a better hair tie.
On behalf of most women, I want to thank you, because this is how I live my life, with this on my wrist.
It just seems so simple, right? It's just like a small hair tie, but like hair is just so emotional.
Cassandra Thurswell is all about going back to the basics. She's the founder and CEO of hair care brand Kitsch.
Hair care is really something from the moment you wake up until the moment you go to sleep.
Growing up in the Midwest, Cassandra always knew she wanted to own a business.
So tell me where your entrepreneurial bug came from.
My stepdad had an orthodontic practice, and my mom and my stepdad worked together. They really fostered in us, like, if you want something, you can work for it. I ended up making retainers. It was such a fun thing for my sisters and I to do.
In her 20s, Cassandra branched out on her own and moved to Los Angeles.
I had multiple businesses before Kitsch. Some were legitimate, some were not legitimate.
Give me a list of the legitimate and the non-legitimate.
I bought a spray tan machine and I was doing spray tans and I was doing like makeup. And then of course I did the babysitting. I started a scarf company with inspirational quotes on it. I had a jewelry business with my mom. Like I tried all these different things.
While working odd jobs during the day, Cassandra took classes for manufacturing at night, and at 25 years old, she saved $30,000.
I thought, well, what is something that I personally reach for every day that could be improved, that it is part of my day-to-day routine? And that was a basic elastic.
Cassandra started creating handmade hair ties from her apartment, eventually launching Kitsch in 2010.
I would just go out there and go to salons and boutiques and do door-to-door sales. I'd get rejected, but I'd also get some orders. And when I got the orders, I'd get reorders. And that's how I built the business initially.
Cassandra began researching retail partnerships, and within the first few years, she landed the biggest one to date.
So was your first, I guess, major light bulb moment when you partnered with Ulta?
Yeah, absolutely. The Ulta partnership started with an email. I emailed the buyer, just a cold email, and I said to her, I started this business. I have some great hair accessories. We'd love to be in Ulta. And she was like, are you going to be at Cosmoprof? And I remember going back to my desk and being like, what is Cosmoprof? And I was like, a trade show. Okay.
Unable to afford a booth at the trade show, Cassandra did the next best thing and invited the buyer to lunch. But days before the meeting, her infant daughter got sick, so she enlisted help from her husband, Jeremy, so she could stay with her.
He went on my behalf, and I threw him to the wolves, and it was because of him that we got an end cap at Ulta. In this fall, we're going to have a whole aisle at Ulta.
The hair care company has expanded beyond the basic hair tie, launching shampoos, pillowcases, and the viral heatless curling set. Today, Kitsch is doing over $100 million in business with their products in over 20,000 retail locations worldwide. And Cassandra has continued to build the brand without taking outside funding.
It was just built stone by stone. I wasn't in a rush, and people continued to come back. Then I just felt like it was enough for me, and it just kept growing and growing.
If you could go back and talk to your younger 25-year-old self, what would you tell her?
I have this quote that I just love so much and I really live by. And it's the secret to having it all is knowing you already do. And I feel like I would just continue to remind myself that the journey is the best part.
I love this story. And Cassandra says much of Kitsch's success comes from the feedback she hears from her customers about the different products. And we have some of them here. I want to say
when a product works well.
Yes, and there are tutorials on their social media. A lot of people ask how to use things. The thing about the hair tie is, and a hair tie cannot all be the same, as you know.
No, I don't know.
As you well know.
No idea.
When you put a hair tie in and you put it in right, you don't have dents in your hair the next day. So this is my second day hair because I use these hair bands and they're silk and they don't.
What? Your second day hair? What does that mean?
Meaning I blew it yesterday out, and then today it's the second day, and it'll be a third day tomorrow. But because you use a proper hair band, there's not a dent in it.
Oh, well, I like your second day hair. It's beautiful.
Thank you very much. I'm curious to hear what you think about third day.
Is that just regular soap there in the front?
They have solid bars of shampoo and conditioner that go in the bag.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, and it's eco.
I'm gonna put these 3 on my wrist.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now you're good
Jill,
for a few
thank you
days.
so very much.
Yes.
All right. Well, my 5th day looks the same. Coming up in Wellness Wednesday, the signs and symptoms of high-functioning anxiety and what we can do to manage that. Then later, the Flash Star, Grant Gustin is here.
Hey.
Yeah, good to see you, my friend. He's going to fill us in on the hard-to-believe final season of The Flash and what it's going to be like to hang up that superhero suit. Third hour of today, we'll be back in The Flash.
You couldn't wait.
We are back with a Wellness Wednesday that's probably going to hit home for a lot of people. If you feel down or have persistent worries, you could be dealing with something called high-functioning anxiety. Our friend, board-certified psychiatrist Dr. Sue Varma is here to tell us what it is and the signs and symptoms to look out for. Dr. Varma, good morning.
Thank you.
I was just chatting with you because I thought I was kind of in the clear from anxiety until I read about high-functioning anxiety, and I realized, oh, I'm tired. I'm a perfectionist. I kind of check off all the boxes.
Yes.
What is it?
Yes. So the interesting thing is high functioning anxiety is not a medical disorder, but it has all the symptoms of anxiety, of rumination and worry and concentration difficulties and restlessness, but without the impairment in functioning. So it's people showing up 100% in 100% of what they do. And that can be exhausting. You can have difficulty starting tasks, difficulty making decisions, feeling irritable, feeling on edge, feeling like you have so much on your plate that you're exhausted. But it's usually with high functioning people, women, moms, and sometimes like all three.
How is that different from also just being a mom and having to get through all the things you have to get through over the course of a day?
Yes. So what's interesting is that in high functioning anxiety, you show up, but it's at a cost to you. Nobody is seeing the impairment. It's what we call like a duck syndrome, where you see the duck and you're like, oh, they're happy.
Right.
But underneath, it's exhausting. It comes at a price to our health and wellness.
Yeah.
So doctor, what's at the root of this?
So I would say people-pleasing, perfectionism, and procrastination. We don't know what people are expecting, so we project that they want something done yesterday, and we work really, really hard. We procrastinate because we want to be perfectionists. We want everything to be right. But we forget that they say perfect is the enemy of the good. Sometimes good is good enough.
And just move on.
Yes, yes.
Dr. Varma, in terms of physical effects, for folks who suffer with this high-functioning anxiety, what other things might they be suffering with?
So first thing I would say is get a medical checkup. A lot of times thyroid disorders, vitamin B12 deficiency, vitamin D deficiency, a lot of these things can show up as anxiety or heart problems. So we want to be able to rule that out. Then I would say, if you do have high-functioning anxiety, headaches, irritability, insomnia, sleep disturbances, high blood pressure, heart racing, palpitations, anything with stomach, irritable bowel syndrome, going to the bathroom too much or too little, it manifests from head to toe.
Okay.
I think we could all relate to some of these. We're all like, I have that, I have that.
Yes.
But there are ways to fix this setting boundaries and stop comparing. Tell us some of the ways.
Yes. So first thing you have to recognize is that I have high functioning anxiety. I have something that helps me be really productive, but at the same time, it's coming at an expense to my sanity, to my relationships, to my well-being. So set boundaries and get clear expectations. When is the deadline? Is it a deadline that you made up in your head? Ask for more information. When do you need this by? Why am I rushing myself? Boundaries. A friend is asking you to go to a bachelorette party that you can't afford. Get to the root of it. What is it that you want? You want support? So how can I show you that in other ways? How can I learn to say no and say yes to myself?
No is a complete sentence.
Yes.
It's okay to say no.
Absolutely. Stop comparing yourself, get decent sleep, move your body. I call them the 4 M's: mindfulness, movement, meaningful engagement, mastery, do something for yourself. And therapy. Therapy is huge to recognize that you have these tendencies.
Yes.
Is it ever any good?
You know, it's a double-edged sword. I was telling Jill, like the perfectionism, the need to want to do something the right way drives us and makes us so successful. But keep in mind, what is the cost? Am I not sleeping? Am I not relating to people, taking time for myself?
Thank you, Dr.
Super helpful.
Yeah, really
Thank you so
helpful.
much.
Absolutely.
All right, well, for more information on high-functioning anxiety, you can go to today.com. All right, coming up, we are sitting down with the fastest man around. The Flash star Grant Gustin is live to tell us about saying goodbye to his beloved character. And then we're going green. Our pal Hilton Carter is embracing the season with spring plants for every room in your house. And we're going to kind of follow up on some of our family plans.
Yes, we're going to get some updates.
We'll be right back. This morning we are catching up with a multi-talented actor who can sing, dance, and fight bad guys.
Grant Gustin struck a chord with fans of Glee as Sebastian.
Look at
that.
Wow.
A member of the Dalton Warblers.
And then he traded in the mic when he took on the role of superhero The Flash on that popular CW series.
It's hard to believe, but the show is in its 9th and final season, with the fastest man alive continuing to protect others, including his own family.
So what's wrong with them? According to Gideon's biometric analysis, Iris and Nia are in a deep REM sleep.
Well, why can't we wake them?
Well, their cortical functions are totally siloed. That's why they won't respond to any outside stimuli. What about the baby? Is Nora okay? What I can tell, yeah, baby Nora's okay so far. Cecile, can you sense anything?
No.
Well, if Nia's here and they're both asleep,
Then that can't be a coincidence.
what about contacting Kara or Brainy or John? I mean, they know Nia's powers better than we do. Bear, I checked. They're all off-world. Well, we have to try something.
Grant,
Do you like watching yourself?
Not really, no. Good morning. You hit me with the Glee footage, man.
That's right. We used to
pull it all out.
Yep. I remember you were here the first season of The Flash, and it was just taking off. 184 episodes, not counting crossovers. You've filmed the final episode.
We have, yeah.
You've hung up
3
the
weeks
suit.
ago, yeah.
What was that like?
It was bittersweet. It was bizarre. I mean, it feels good kind of finishing the run. I feel like I feel really proud of all of us. I feel like we accomplished something pretty special, but it's weird. It's a weird feeling not like going back and clocking in. It's bizarre.
Especially since very few shows ever go 184 episodes.
Yeah, pretty lucky, yeah.
Your wife and your daughter, I understand, were able to be there with you on set
For the final shot, yeah. It was a whole day of green screen work, and and my daughter Juniper ran out and got to hold her kind of right after the last moment and give a speech to the crew with her, and it was pretty special.
So tell me about the suit. First of all, did she recognize you in the suit, and how did she react? She's so little. And did you take the suit? Because I've heard a lot of people.
She had visited once before, and she's seen pictures of me in the suit. And she actually, anything Flash now, she points to and says, "Papa." But she had never seen me in the mask, and I was wearing it when she showed up, and she was kind of staring at me, kind of confused and concerned. And I took it off, and then that's when she was like, "Oh, Papa, okay."
Now
everything's okay.
The rest of this outfit makes sense.
Yeah, and as far as keeping it, I really wanted to, but I had always heard that it was not going to be in the cards. I really wanted the boots.
So did you take
that?
You gave them 9 years.
I kept the Flash ring.
Okay.
And then a box did show up at my house after I wrapped, and I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but there were things inside the box that I was.
That's
okay. So you were happy.
You got some takeaways.
I got some takeaways. Yeah.
You mentioned your daughter. We know obviously you have a background in dancing, and you posted to Instagram a cute shot of her. Do you think she's got that performance gene in her?
She's a little older than that now, but she was just trying to do quick feet, and I just started tap dancing, and it looked like she was trying to kind of mimic my.
Oh, that's so adorable.
She's it definitely feels like she has kind of the performer gene. She already does bits that we didn't teach her. She'll hide her hand, and she's like, "Where'd it go?" And then pop it out. And she's like, "Ah!" She's funny.
And you're really fortunate because you play a superhero, and you got somebody in your life who can keep you in superhero fighting shape.
Yes. Yeah. No, my wife is a physical therapist and in the fitness world now.
She is.
Yes. Surprise. Hi. She puts me to shame as far as physical fitness. That's for
who
sure.
can do more push-ups?
Is he a good student?
No.
I was going to say yes, but you can tell.
You can tell the truth.
No. I'm a wimp.
You should come back and do the third hour. We do these fitness segments.
Oh, I should.
Yes. Help us with our start today.
That's an invitation.
Cecilia said she is.
Oh, good. Oh, it's happening.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, we've already booked it.
Yes.
Well, that was easy.
Yeah.
Is it true your favorite superhero is actually Superman?
Superman, yeah.
And you've got a Superman tattoo?
I do. It was one of my first tattoos. So it's actually more of a West Side Story tattoo. I played Baby John on the national tour West Side Story for a year, and he has that line where he's reading a comic book, and he's like, "You don't need knives. You don't even need zip guns." And they're like, "Who are you talking about?" And he's like, "Superman." I love him. So this is my Superman West Side Story tattoo, and it's in my mom's handwriting. So all all
really
encompassing.
sweet.
Yeah.
Grant, it is so good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Really
Thank
terrific. And you can catch the final Flash season on the CW.
Yes.
Heck of a run. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you
when
so much.
we come back, you don't have to have a green thumb to bring more plants into your home, folks. So, which ones are right for the season and how to take care of those plants? Our expert, Hilton Carter, right after this.
Did you wear green shoelaces for the segment?
I did.
This morning, we are embracing spring by bringing more green into our homes.
Plants have been shown to boost our moods, relieve stress, and even help purify our air.
So we called on an expert who's helped us through many a plant crisis.
He's an expert indeed. Magnolia Network's Hilton Carter, plant therapist. He's also a stylist. He's an author as well. In fact, he just released a new book yesterday. It's called Living Wild, How to Plant Style Your Home, Cultivate Happiness. Hilton, we always love it when you come by.
And I love being here.
Thank you.
So thanks for having me.
So for folks who want to bring some more greenery into their homes,
yes,
but they're looking at low light areas, perhaps a reading nook, a library, what sorts of plants should they consider?
You want to look for low light tolerance plants.
Okay.
All plants love a lot of light, but there are some plants that can tolerate lower bits of it. So plants like this particular silver pothos here. You can also work with terrarium plants like ferns can do well in lower light. And I will say not everyone has the, availability of bright light in their homes, and not everyone can take care of a plant.
Yeah.
So you can do faux greenery as well. Things that kind of look real. You were, I guess, almost tricked to believe that was real.
I did.
Those are all faux plants that you can maneuver and push around your homes in spots that don't get a lot of light at all.
I'm very into
terrariums are great. Kids love them.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a special little thing to add into someone's space, a little greenhouse, of
The
course.
faux plants look very real now. That is a
That's
thing.
the way to go about it.
Our second spot is inspired by Craig and Lindsay's home.
Yes, this is not my plant for full disclosure.
I was going to say, if you brought your plant back to life like that.
No, that's the plant.
That's your fiddly fig there.
Yeah, that's when it was in our bedroom, Hilton. We had to move it down to the family room.
Okay.
Because we felt like after consulting with you, we felt like we needed to reposition it, needed some additional light. And we changed the watering technique, and we also now, per your recommendation, we spray the leaves as well.
There we
and
go.
boy, was Lindsay tired when she brought that down.
But it is about creating a nice little nook with a big plant.
It is. It's all about making sure that you are indeed living wild, but bringing that indoor element out. I mean, that outdoor element indoors, and surrounding yourself with greenery so that it can also just not make your space brighter, but also brighten your own mood.
What about places that have a lot of high humidity, like your bathroom or kitchen?
Bathrooms, kitchens. We're talking about plants that are going to love those sort of spaces. So plants like ferns, calatheas, anthuriums, air plants, all of these plants, that's an air plant. These particular plants love humidity, high humidity areas, so bathrooms, kitchens.
But do they need light?
They do need light. All plants need light, for sure, but they can tolerate lower light, especially your ferns. Your calatheas can also tolerate those lower bits of light as well. But what's great about these plants is that they need moisture, a lot of moisture. So when you place them in places that have a lot of moisture, like kitchens, bathrooms, place them near your sink, you're always reminded to then give them that care.
Craig likes this segment so much that he says love and light. He wore all green and changed his shoes to green shoelaces.
Craig is my guy. Look at you, man.
How's
your Craig?
So speaking of light, you recommended last time this olive tree that you had gifted me.
Yes.
You said it needs more light. So now I've been following the light in my house. I leave it in the light at all times.
How's it doing?
This is what it used to look like.
Okay.
And now we have a picture, which I'm just so proud of.
Oh, look at
that. Look at that.
Wow.
What a difference light makes.
And look at it in the light there. And now it's on the stairs.
Oh, I move it all over the house to get light.
Wouldn't it freak you out if you came downstairs and it was moving by itself?
It could.
And it does. With light, your plants actually do move. So if it's lower light,
what is the plan for some indoor plants that you have right now with the warmer weather? Can you just put them outside?
For sure. Most of our indoor plants want to be outside. So when spring, summer hits, you're going to push those plants out into those spaces that get the type of light that they can actually.
But even the weather, you know, I mean, the heavy rain or wind, they can withstand that?
Yes.
Okay.
It all depends on what types of plants you have. So you also want to just prepare yourself or prepare your plants for that transition outdoors. So make sure that if you have a plant that could blow over, they're in heavier pots.
And by the way,
stacking stones.
You know why I'm in a good mood? Because of my plants in my dressing room.
Oh, Roker's he's got great plants. All right, we got to go. Hilton, thank you. Come back soon.
No, these are.
Look at these plants.
He doesn't water them himself.
Of course I do.
Third hour of today, right back after this.
For that.
That's a major
Did you ever
situation
find
you
out
have
who
in
was
your
watering those?
Thanks, Jill, for being here. Thanks for having me. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Tomorrow in the third hour of today's celebrity hairstylist, Chris Appleton, is going to share the hot spring hair trends.
Hey, coming right up on Hoda and Jenna, Donna showing us a deserving couple's door for a live surprise.
Okay, we'll see you back here tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Today, it's our big knock-knock surprise. Donna helps a grateful wife shower her husband with love, and it's all happening live. Plus, how to get the look of high-end home decor for less with ideas from stylist Preston Conrad. And big news for fans of The White Lotus. The next location has been revealed. So who will be checking in for season 3? We're talking about it.
It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. It is Wednesday, the 29th day of March. So good to see you. So good to springy.
It's springy. It's sunny here in New York.
I know the sun popped out. It's cold, but it looks good. It's going to be summer before we know it.
It's chilly, but it's lovely in the sun.
You know what a friend told me who works here named Matt? He said that every day you should go outside and put your feet in the grass. Feet to the earth. Get in the earth. Let your kids play in the dirt.
Yes.
You know, don't do, like, everything should be about that. Because you think about it, for us at least, unless you're at the beach, when do you take your shoes off outside?
I know.
It's, you know, and I remember when I first took my kids to Central Park here, and they were like, they put their feet in grass, and because you're raised in a city, they're like, what is that? They were like,
kind of
it was,
cried.
it was
actually,
like,
my dad reminded me that the first time we took Mila to Texas when she was like 2, she kept yelling, no buggy, no buggy, and then like wouldn't touch the grass. And my dad was like, you need to leave New York. But there's ways to find nature everywhere.
But to get your feet in the grass and the dirt.
If you're in a city, look down before you do that. Just in case.
Good point. Good point.
Okay, so Kourtney Kardashian took to Instagram with a photo. I don't want to call it a photo dump, but I guess that's what the kids call it.
God, that dump is appropriate. Yeah.
And one of the
she has a lot of really glamorous photos.
Like here's some of
that one,
right? Really glamorous,
or that one. I mean,
beautiful.
Come on.
But here's the one we're referring to.
Okay, that is an aerial shot of a bathtub.
Right, the bathtub looks like it has some nice Epsom salts, but then if you zoom in,
or you look around, salad, dessert of some sort,
chicken fingers,
question mark. Oh, there's more food. Oh, it's a whole dinner. Okay, so it appears as if
there's a bottle of wine, I think.
There's a burger on the toilet seat. With a glass of water. Okay.
So they're having a picnic, it seems, which I like the idea of picnics. I don't know that I take my food to the bathroom.
Is that a definite no-no?
I don't like the idea of eating in the bathtub or anywhere close to that area.
Okay. So you wouldn't eat, I wonder how big that bathroom is.
It looks large, but it doesn't matter. Guess what happens in there? The same thing that happens in my bathroom. That's a lot smaller. It don't matter what your bathroom is.
Okay, let me ask you. Okay, I'm going to play a game with you. Now, you're in the tub, Jenna.
Okay.
And
first of all, you hate taking tubs.
I don't. I feel like I'm
probably
soaking
the tub grossed you out.
But it did. But this is for you. So you're in your tub soaking, and you've had a long day, and you have a little sip of something. Why not? A little sip of something delicious, a little vino, a little something, next to the tub. Oh my God, that's so good. Wow. And you're reading your book. You know how you like to relax and read your book and have a little sip, let's say.
Okay.
And then Henry goes, he's in the bedroom, and he's like, hey, I'm having some popcorn. What kind of popcorn is that? It might be nice with my wine. Mm-hmm. Would you ever say, can I have a handful of that popcorn while I sit here?
Nope.
Okay, let's explain. Something's going in your mouth through your taste buds and down into your tummy.
I don't like
You're ingesting something.
I don't
Why wouldn't you ingest and just chew something?
There's certain rooms called dining rooms, kitchens, and they were named that way because the bathroom, 1 or 2 activities are supposed to happen there. Eating is not one of them.
But having a nice drink in the tub is okay.
I don't really do that either. I'll have some tea, maybe, yes.
Tea.
But eating a burger.
Yeah. Look, I'm playing devil's advocate. I would never eat a burger in the bathroom.
Do you ever eat anything in the bathroom?
Have I ever eaten anything?
You definitely have.
I'm sure I have. I'm sure because I do take an occasional bath. I don't love them.
Wait, what?
Sometimes, you know why? Because I read something.
You shamed me for taking baths.
No, I did. I don't take them often, but I did read somewhere that it was like it's the only place where you're totally off your feet. You've been standing all day.
What
now
about
you're
the
going to
bed?
stand in the shower.
What about the bed?
But just to relax, because I'll fall asleep quickly. But like, just because you're in the shower, you're still standing. You're still holding yourself up.
Okay.
Like, I had that moment. I was like, let me just see what it feels like.
How did it feel like to get in there?
It felt nice. I just can't sit in there for so long. I don't like the stewing. I don't mind getting in it and for a minute, but I don't like just being in it.
I'm just shocked that also I'm stuck in the fact that there was so much food.
They had a full meal. Like there was like hors d'oeuvre, salad, veggie.
How many people were eating that?
It was just her and her husband.
How do you know that?
Well, because I think I saw a picture of them in the tub eating. There was another picture I must have seen.
Oh, wait, is there a picture of this happening? Because I'd like to see it. No.
Well, then maybe someone
made it up in your mind.
Well, no, maybe somebody did one of those things where they make a picture. Okay, let me ask you this.
No, I know
you're
what
in
you're
the
gonna say.
You're in the pool, and oh my gosh, Henry, there's a swim up bar. Let's go. You swim to the bar. You know how you like to do breaststroke.
I do love the breaststroke.
Of course you do.
Everybody does.
It's my favorite
The
stroke.
freestyle's too
Nobody
hard.
likes freestyle.
Nobody's freestyling to the
do you
bar.
ever do side
Just pick the cherries, put them in the basket. Pick the cherries, put them in the basket. But do people still learn the side stroke?
Yeah, the side stroke is one of the classics.
Oh, you know
So
what
now
else is good?
What?
Just float like a whale.
Lay
Yes.
it down. Okay, so now you're using one of your strokes. You pick the cherries and you swim up to the swim up bar and you sit down and the waiter says, "Can I help you?" And you say, "Sure. I'd love to have something here." So you have a little something to drink.
Right.
Would you ever?
Here's the difference. There isn't a toilet per se in although plenty of people we know use it as a toilet. There's no toilet.
Okay. All right. So the fact is that
there's no bathroom clean enough to have a picnic on the floor.
But I feel like you're okay with having tea or something like that, but you're not okay with food.
Because a drink, you don't put a hamburger, you're touching and eating. Plus, frankly, the visualization is enough for me, you know, of what other people do there.
There is something with the visual.
The other thing is, I'll just ask this question. Why do men, and I don't mean one in particular, but all men spend so much time in there? Why do they create an office? Why every time when I'm looking for somebody, are they in the bathroom typing away?
They're working in there?
Why does it become a workspace? I'm just wondering. Is there a man that can give Gavin? Can you tell us why y'all like to work so much in the bathroom?
It's the only time we get some peace and quiet.
Oh, he says it's the only time. Peace and quiet. Speaking for the men.
Oh, and the men are clapping.
Okay.
Fine.
So speaking for the men, so they want peace and quiet. Well, we need peace and quiet too.
Yes.
Maybe even a little more. But you know, we do that too. We don't work in there. We just go in there and lock the door.
I hide.
I don't want to be working in there, but I don't mind locking the door.
I don't want to work there.
It just doesn't seem conducive for working.
Well, I can't believe we just spent the entire chat.
It was important. All right, it's time for one of our favorite series, Knock Knock Surprise.
Okay, Donna is hiding out in Windsor, Connecticut, where she's about to spread some love to a deserving husband, father, and friend.
Hi, Donna.
Hi, Hoda and Jenna. I'm so excited for you to meet Rich Williams. We are right around his house, about to surprise him. I think with the biggest crowd we've had yet, 40 people, including his loved ones, family, friends, and the beloved wife and nominator of the whole shebang, Paula. Paula, you've been married for 25 years. How are you keeping this a secret? He thinks I'm getting a root canal. He thinks she's getting a root canal. Well, guess what? We've got a whole national TV crew coming for you, Rich. And Hoda and Jenna, in just a few moments, we're going to be knocking on his door. So you don't want to miss it.
No, we cannot
Back to you for now.
Paula, we can't wait. We can't wait. We're excited. Okay, that's going to be so good. That's epic. All right, coming up next. Are you single and you can't find the right long-term partner?
We've got some advice for your relationship dilemmas right after this.
I love that one. It's going to be good. It's already good. Get ready because it's time for Hoda and Jenna's relationship dilemmas.
And here to help us out is 3-day rule matchmaker and dating expert, one of our favorites, Devin Simone. Hi, Devin.
Hello, ladies.
Devin.
Good morning.
So good to see you. Shall we get
Wait,
going?
so is there a new trend?
What do we hear? What is the new dating trend?
For ladies?
There is a new trend. Studies are showing that women are preferring shorter men and bold men.
I told you before. No, I've said this on this program. Re-rack. I've said short, bald men.
I don't think you.
Thank you.
Bold
You know what?
Thank you.
Bold is in.
You liked bold.
No, do you
I'm
remember?
not sure you doubled down on the short
no,
and the
short
bold.
and bald. Do you remember on Sex and the City?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I actually remember you saying that.
Case in
that
point. Harry.
People are wanting the Harrys now,
I told
and they're
you.
showing that they feel
that is, yeah.
Thank you. I'm always ahead of the trend.
You-
Next one, I'll tell you the next trend later.
What is it?
I can't right now.
Commercial break.
All right, let's get to some viewer questions first. We got Emmeline Gabriel from New York City.
Hi, I'm Emmeline. I'm 26 years old, and I feel like I'm the only one in my friend group who hasn't had an adult relationship last very long. Do you have any advice on how I can find someone to stick with long term?
Oh, she's so
adorable. I bet a lot of people have that question. She's
so
not by
sweet.
herself.
Well, first thing I would tell Emmeline is we're all in our unique journey and our unique timeline. So try not to compare to like friends and other people. Go at your own pace. You know, over half of singles under the age of 30 do utilize dating apps to find someone for a long-term relationship. Over 55% of singles have actually reported that they found a long-term relationship on an app like Tinder. And Tinder has a cool feature now for those who don't know, where you can actually list what you're looking for. Short-term relationship up front, long-term relationship, and long-term relationship is the most popular relationship goal that is listed on that app. So apps aren't a bad way to go.
Well, I mean, there's so many apps. Is there one that's best for long term? Because I feel like, I mean, I don't know, but
it varies per city, but I will say this. I love that Tinder gets a really bad rep, but it's actually not true. It's just that they're the biggest and they started it all, so then everything
but I also
falls
think
on
you have
them.
to know if you're ready. Like, I'm not saying for her, but if you're ready for long term, because why you have to figure out not just how do I meet him, but also am I prepared? Do I feel ready? And you're ready when you're ready.
Exactly. And then ask them up front, whether you meet them on an app or not. Don't be afraid on that first date to say, hey, this is kind of where I am. You're not saying I want to be in a relationship with you. I know it's scary, you guys.
Devin, did you read the rules? We still abide by them.
No, you don't. I met my fiance on an app, first of all. And
what'd
second
you
of all,
say?
you're just setting your clear intentions. It's not telling him, be in a relationship with me. You're saying, hey, great to meet you. My life's great. This is what I'm doing. This is kind of what I'm looking for. I'm not really into the situationship thing. Is that your vibe? And that's all. You're not telling him what he has to do.
You're just telling him what
you're looking for.
All right, the way you said it was good.
But we're not okay with ultimatums. Okay, the next up, we have Nicole Brumley. She's from Toronto, Canada.
So over the pandemic, my boyfriend and I spent a lot of time at home, but over the past year or so, I've been trying to encourage him to get out more, take me out for dates. But now he says he's a homebody and he would prefer to date from home. What's your advice? How can I get this guy to take me out and leave the house?
First of all, girl, you are worth every date and every place that you want to go to. And your partner should recognize that. But if he's gotten really comfortable, then you can start and kind of make it like a fun game and a challenge. So maybe you guys alternate. So fine, you go, all right, how about this? You plan 2 dates this month, I plan 2 dates. And so he gets to plan 2
But what if he says,
in the house.
honey, I don't like going out. This is so fun here.
Because it's a team effort. It's a team sport.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of think you have to show what you want. So if you want to go to dinner, you make the dinner reservation and say, hey, we're going out on Friday.
Exactly.
Like, you don't need it. I don't think we
And
need
if
to
he
wait
says
around for the
no,
man to make
then you're kind of understanding that he's not really that keen on your needs.
Exactly, and that is a separate conversation.
Yeah. Okay, we got Ben Klein from Poughkeepsie, New York.
Hi, Hoda and Jenna. My name is Ben, and my dilemma is my boyfriend is super expressive. Meanwhile, I tend to internalize a lot of things. He can always tell when something's on my mind, but I tend to shut him down or just say that I'm fine. How can I be more open?
Ooh. By the way, recognizing that,
Yes,
saying it
it's
out
huge.
loud.
He's already said, he's already halfway there.
So now what does
That's growth. And so that's an excellent thing because growth is a key indicator of a long-term happy relationship. Think of it, some people are more open naturally, some aren't. It's just like sports or athletics. Some are naturally gifted, some have to work on that muscle. First thing that you can do is start keeping a journal or a diary of when things are upsetting you and things that you love, and then do a weekly check-in. So you're just gonna ease yourself into it. And it may feel unnatural, but again, it's like working the muscle. For me, going to the gym is unnatural, but you gotta get out there and and push yourself. And then also make it a personal goal for yourself to start trying to share more things in the moment. So you can start small. It could literally be, I stubbed my toe, I'm so pissed. Or I lost that thing at work, I'm annoyed. And you can work your way up to the things that, that are bigger.
Because
that
saying
you're
I'm fine, it's like a sort of a passive-aggressive thing.
It is.
You know.
And also, what about, speaking with somebody? Like, I believe in therapy from the beginning.
100%
with the right
therapy.
person. person.
With the right person. It can be a little daunting to find a good therapist, but they're excellent.
My gosh.
Thank you.
All the time, the best advice.
Thanks.
And if you have a relationship dilemma, tell us about it at hodaandjenna.com. All you have to do is hit the connect button.
Coming up next, we're going to head back to Connecticut, where Donna, just moments away from surprising a deserving dad with all of his friends and family. This one is epic. Right after this.
We are back now with our special series, Knock Knock Surprise, when Donna, she shows up at the doorstep of someone very special.
We've done a lot of them, but this one I feel like is incredible. She's about to surprise a deserving dad in Windsor, Connecticut. Donna's there with a great, beautiful group of people. Hey, Donna.
You're right, Hoda and Jenna, this is incredible. I'm about to leave this amazing crowd, including Paula, Rich's wife, who nominated Rich. I'm walking over quietly to Rich's door right now, going to surprise him. Paula has described him as the introvert of the family. Ooh, Bill, watch out. There's a step. So I can't wait to see his reaction. And, you know, in his spare time, he volunteers as the deacon of their church. He is a community-loving man. And I think that he's going to be really surprised by all of the love that, doorbell, I'm ringing the doorbell and knocking again, all the love that we're about to give him. And there's a lot of love behind this camera. Hi, Rich. I'm Donna from the Today Show with Hoda and Jenna. You're live on the air right now. Come on out. Surprise! Come on down here, Rich. You are so beloved. Look at this incredible crowd behind you. In front of you right here. Your wife, I know that you're wondering what in the world is going on. Come on over to your wife. Come on over to your wife, Paula, right now. Your beautiful wife, Paula, your faith Christian Trinity, your mother-in-law is here. How are you feeling right now?
I don't know.
At a loss for words?
What's going on?
Well, I know you have no clue what's going on. We're about to show you what's going on because Paula wrote in and told us how wonderful you are. So take a look at this.
I wrote in about Rich because we have just hit our 25-year wedding anniversary. During those 25 years, we have both battled cancer. Rich had kidney cancer at age 35. I was his caregiver, and then he beat the cancer, which was wonderful. When I got diagnosed with breast cancer, I was devastated. My husband came home and he held me and he said, "You don't just have breast cancer, we have breast cancer, and together we are gonna fight and we are gonna win."
My dad immediately stepped up. He took time off of work himself, so he was home with my mom. He did the weekly chemo treatments.
I never once saw my dad break down, but you'd think that would happen coming from a cancer survivor. He was there for her every step of the way.
And then when it came time to shave my head, I was very nervous about that. And he said, "I'll do it." My hair was just falling out like cotton candy. And then he gave me the clippers and told me I could shave his head. And so we were brought together.
There were times where she wanted to give up.
I don't want to get emotional, where she wanted to give up. And he encouraged her that she could do it, you know, that they would get through it together.
I felt like my husband deserved a surprise because he hasn't asked for anything. And I know that he's deserving because I'm here. And the two of us are here and we made it. And I always say to him, Rich, I'll be loving you forever.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Wow,
This is the ultimate love story, Rich. What are you feeling right now?
My heart is content. Thought I was taking her to get her teeth done. I guess not. Wow,
no, I think this might be the first lie she's told in 25 years of marriage.
Yeah.
You know, I see tears in the crowd. You are so loved. Everyone here talks about how much love you give and they want to give it right back. What do you want to say to your community
I just
here?
want to say thank you very much. I love you guys and I appreciate it.
We love you, Rich.
Thank you.
Paula, what are you thinking right now?
He prayed for me. He got me through. Everybody was along for our miracle healing journey. I am flat happy and healed and so grateful for this man. When I was weak, he made me strong.
Well, it seems that he makes this whole community strong too. And I know I said that this is the ultimate love story. So we have one more surprise for you, Rich. Are you ready? All right. Well, I heard that it was your 25th wedding anniversary. And you weren't able to celebrate it the way you wanted to because of your cancer treatments. So we want to give you a second go around at it.
Wow.
What do you think about a trip to the Caribbean? Is gifting you a 5-day, 4-night trip for the two lovebirds, at Nassau Paradise Island in the Bahamas. The trip includes the food, entertainment, and Nassau Paradise Island Promotion Board is also gifting you $1,500 credit to your round-trip airfare. What do you think? Awesome. Are you ready for a vacation?
Yes, we are. Thank you so much.
Rich, thank you for being the wonderful man that you are. Can I give you a hug on behalf of America? Jenna, back to you.
Oh,
Rich, we love you.
Rich, we are overwhelmed by your beautiful love story. That is an amazing. Donna, incredible. And can I just say, lucky us too, because it just so happens that Rich is also someone who works for Comcast. He's a cable installer, which is NBC's parent company. We've done a lot of those, but none like that one. That was amazing.
Gosh, what an incredible inspiration and couple. All right, coming up next, the 4 biggest home decor trends on a budget after this. Okay, the start of spring is a good time for a home decor refresh. but keeping up with the latest trends can be expensive.
But you know what? It really doesn't have to be. So here with some smart and stylish options is lifestyle expert Preston Conrad. He's the founder of Preston Conrad Home. So you can get these beautiful looks that you see in magazines, but you don't have to break the bank.
Totally. I approach interiors kind of like my wardrobe. I like a high-low mix, right?
Yeah.
Like we like a splurge. Exactly. But we also want to save a little bit, right? So we've got some really good looks for less today.
I love this vibe right here. Is like my perfect vibe.
Do you know what I mean?
I love this. I have
like
this.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is all about boucle and that shearling look, which we thought was kind of just a hot flash-in-the-pan trend, but it's really kind of here to stay. It's a new classic.
Okay.
But I mean, this can get pricey. This is a designer favorite, but like something like an accent chair could range upwards of like $4,000.
Wait, for one chair?
For one chair. And look, it's white, it's light. If you got kids, you may not want to spend that much, but get a load of this guy right here. This is from Amazon, look for less. Under $200
This
for
chair?
the side chair. Yes. Isn't that so cute?
Super soft, Let's see if it's
So if you
comfy.
want to dip your toe in the water and you just want to try to experiment,
How does it
isn't
feel?
it comfy?
Comfy. Yeah,
Great
comfy,
little side chair.
definitely.
But if you're not ready to go full furniture, I'm an ottoman hoarder, and I love ottomans to add to your existing furniture. This guy's from Target. This
How
is
much
under
is that guy?
$100. Isn't that so cute?
That's so good looking.
I love it with the wood legs. It's very elevated,
Yeah.
very chic. And if you're not ready for any furniture, like a throw blanket like behind you,
Yeah.
H&M Home, you can get that for like,
I love
$30
these.
bucks or
They
so, just
change-
to add to what you
yeah,
have.
gorgeous.
Really
gorgeous,
great.
gorgeous.
Okay, colored glass is all the rage.
Okay, so the 70s are back in a big way, whether you love that or hate it when it comes
Okay.
to interiors. But do you remember my grandparents had 70s
Colored
colored
glasses.
glasses
Look at
like
those.
this? They're totally back, but they've come back with a big price point. There's actually a pair at Dior, like for a set of four, that's $400. So we're gonna save you a little bit and get the look for less. This set right here, which is beautiful, is
And
Amazon.
textured. How
Isn't
pretty.
that pretty with the texture?
Yeah.
This is under $30 for the entire set of
Wow.
six.
For six.
Now these, feel those.
These are I want these.
So
Yeah, these are great for
outdoor.
kids.
I was going to say,
Outdoor.
great for kids, great for, they're also shatterproof. The brand is called Tosswear, and they've got all these different sizes. And yeah, isn't that
But
amazing?
they look great. Like
And
you
they're-
would
they're cute.
have friends over for a drink.
Yeah,
in those.
definitely.
These guys are from West Elm. We love the kind of low ball. And then these are H&M Home. Isn't that fun to add to your dining room
pretty.
table?
How
Wait,
pretty.
I've never seen that color.
It's that fun kind of 70s
Cute.
smoky that goes with any kind of, dining style you've
so
got.
these rugs, jute rugs, are really in, right?
I mean, this is a tried and true classic,
Yeah.
right? When I worked for Ralph Lauren, this was like a prerequisite. We put them showrooms, retail stores, everywhere,
Yeah.
but they can often be kind of pricey. It's a designer favorite, great for layering, but I've seen these range from like $900 to $2,000. I was keeping this as my secret, but I'm going to give it up to
Okay.
the world right now.
Thank you.
Rugs USA is my spot for these
Rugs
rugs.
USA.
Yes, they're amazing. I have this rug in a much larger size in my apartment.
feels good.
Isn't it good?
How
and
much
you know,
is
if
it?
you got someone in your house that's like, it needs
this
to
your
be soft,
apartment?
that's my apartment.
Very chic.
God, of
Thank
course
you.
it is.
That photo
But yeah,
wall.
the one that I got, the large one, around $200 from Rugs USA.
Is that like an online thing, or do you have
It's
to
an
go?
online thing, and I'm telling you now, I've tried it. I love it, and you can also layer it with like a cool vintage rug.
Over.
Yes,
And you know
over
what
it.
a good tip is, just because I've made this mistake?
What?
Measure the space.
Measure
Don't
twice,
just
order
guess.
once.
Yeah, totally.
Yes.
Don't
Measure
just
twice,
guess.
order once. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, these gold grandma chic mirrors are in.
You know what we call grandma chic now? We call it grand millennial.
Grand millennial.
Is that what you're calling? Did you
Yes.
just make that up?
No, this is a thing. It's like taking that old school traditional
Cool.
moment and restyling in a fresh new way.
Pretty.
So look
Okay.
at these beautiful pictures
Yeah,
here.
gorgeous.
These are everywhere on social media, but they can
Pricey,
get really
though.
pricey.
Yeah.
There's one from Anthropologie. I think it ranges like $400 to $1,200.
Yeah.
That's the viral one.
Okay.
I'm gonna hook you guys up.
Okay.
This guy's from Walmart. It's
What?
under $200. I have the larger version of it also in my apartment. I think we've got a picture
From
of that.
Walmart?
This is from Walmart. The brand is called Kate and Laurel. Look, there's my fireplace with
How
the larger
pretty.
one there. Isn't that so cute?
Yeah.
So cool.
And then you could style it with sconces, your favorite books.
Make a little vignette.
Make a little vignette. This is also a great leaning mirror over like a dresser.
Yeah.
By the
in
way-
a guest room.
These are all
Isn't that
brilliant.
so
I
fun? So
can't-
you do not need to break the bank.
No,
Good
you really
job.
don't. Preston,
Preston, that was
you.
great.
It's so
really
fun.
great. All right. Coming up next, the queen of comfort cooking. We've got Melba Wilson with us.
Oh, and nothing says comfort like her meatloaf and
Oh,
mashed potatoes.
yeah.
Right after this.
right, Melba Wilson is an icon here in New York City, an icon. Her namesake restaurant in Harlem is there, and today she's making us one of her signature dishes.
I mean, we are so excited because we're talking about BBQ, turkey meatloaf, and roasted garlic mashed potatoes.
Nothing says more comfort food than that.
I am so ready, and it's always a pleasure to be here.
We love you. We're so happy.
So turkey is, I think a lot of people think of beef for meatloaf, but turkey is a healthier alternative.
Oh my God, turkey is so healthy, and I like using dark meat. And when you use dark meat, what you're going to do is you are going to get a lot of flavor.
Yeah. So wait, when you say when you buy it in the store, do you choose or do you just take what they have?
No, because sometimes it's like the lighter meat.
Oh, I didn't ever look.
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely.
Good to know.
So first thing we're going to do is we are going to dice up some peppers, right?
Yeah, which we love because you're kind of hiding all these veggies in there.
You are, which is great, Dice them up.
Okay.
And dicing, what you do is you make little strips and then you put them on the other side, right? You guys know what to do.
Right here.
Right?
Look, you've done it. It's
we got
gorgeous.
it right here. And then we're going to take our diced red peppers and green peppers and let's add them into our grill.
Perfect. You want me to help you?
Yeah,
Do you want me to use this thing?
Yep. We're going to mix that.
Okay, we're mixing.
Okay.
And what are we adding?
We are adding some chicken base. Put that in there for me.
What's chicken base?
Oh my God. So I like my turkey to have a robust flavor.
Yeah.
So I put a little
What
base
is
in
chicken
there.
base though?
So it's chicken stock. It's concentrated.
Oh, concentrated.
Right.
Pepper.
Bouillon, right. Bouillon, right. Some black pepper, some salt.
Okay.
And guess what? Mint leaves. Come on, help me out here, girl.
What are you doing with mint?
Ooh, I want a mojito.
Put it in here.
Just smell
A
that.
mojito.
so bad.
But it's gonna give it a freshness. Very, very herbal.
Okay.
And we have some onions.
Okay, I'll wait till you dump
Just
all
white-
that in.
White onions.
White onions.
Sometimes I use yellow.
What's that, panko?
And these are Italian breadcrumbs.
Oh, Italian
Put that in
breadcrumbs.
there.
Okay.
And eggs that have already been beaten. Okay, let's mix it up.
If you're trying to stay away from the breadcrumbs, is there anything that can make it sticky without it or not really?
I mean, the eggs are gonna make it a little bit sticky as well. So you should be
I guess
fine.
you could use some almond flour maybe.
You can use almond flour.
Okay.
You can also use a little tapioca.
Ooh.
Okay. And let's put
sauce.
barbecue
Bring it.
sauce.
What-
I
You just
made
buy
this.
it?
You
No.
can buy it, but I made it myself.
But you're
Of course you
Melba.
did.
Of course I made it, but we're gonna leave a quarter of a cup on the side, and we're gonna use that for
Okay, so
glazing.
let's pretend that
this
it's
is
all- That
looks
beautiful.
good job, Hoda.
Beautiful.
Okay, so pretend that's
great
done.
job. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna put this on a loaf, okay, and put it in the oven.
Wait, how do we make the loaf?
Here.
You just
this?
So I'm a freeform girl.
Okay, fine.
I'm
Just do
all
your
about the freeform.
You don't put it in the pan or anything.
Some people do. I like a freeform because I like to be a little more creative.
Okay.
Okay. And then what we're going to do is we're going to put that in the oven.
Yeah.
For about 30, 45 minutes on 350.
That's it.
Good to
Got
go.
it. Okay.
Now.
Garlic mash.
Oh
Come
my
on, girl.
God, roasted garlic. So I want you to take your head
Okay.
of your garlic, cut about a quarter of an inch, right, from the
Ooh,
top.
roasted
You see
garlic.
that?
Look what's there.
You see that? We're going to
Oh,
peel
you get
this
out all the little babies?
All the little babies.
They stay like that and you
Stay
cook it.
just like this. Drizzle some.
Yes.
Come on.
Yes,
Put some
ma'am.
olive oil on top of that. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. We're going to wrap this up into the foil.
How many do you need? A couple?
Well, you know what? I like to make enough for the month. I also sometimes put them in the oven pans, like in the muffin pans, and put them in the oven that way. Because the thing about it, you can put it in an airtight container, put a little olive oil on it, and keep it in the fridge for like a month.
Yeah, then you don't have to do it every time.
It's there.
So these
Okay.
are, do you
I'm
use Yukon
switching.
Gold?
Oh,
What do you use?
Yukon
Yukon
Gold.
Gold, you have to.
Buttery. Lots
So what
of
are we
flavor.
putting in here?
So now we're gonna put some butter
Look
because
at-
everything is
Look
butter
at
with
that.
what?
And you, butter.
Butter.
And you leave the skin on?
I do. You know, my grandmother said all the nutrients are in the
Look,
skin.
skin on.
Wait.
Okay, skin on. If
Hold
you
on, let her make these, baby.
Okay.
Come here.
I can't wait.
Come here. Come here.
I'm not waiting.
And
Okay,
then we're
what's
gonna
this?
put our roasted garlic in there.
Look at that.
And we're gonna put a
Come
little
on.
white pepper.
Pour it.
And you know what? If you had a rough day, Hunter,
Yeah.
you can also
Beat
take
it.
a lot of that stress out.
Beat it.
okay?
So can I
By
ask,
mashing them.
what's the liquid that
And
you're going to put in?
Here we
Oh,
go.
heavy cream?
Voila, heavy cream.
Oh, good. Hoda can eat it now.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Look at that.
Okay, so you mush
Gorgeous.
it.
Gorgeous.
I'm
gorgeous,
sorry it's so
gorgeous.
rude that I just came and ate,
No,
but
that's
to.
quite all right.
Okay,
And
show
we're gonna
us how
take
you
that-
glaze it.
So we're gonna take that extra
gosh.
little bit, and we're just gonna drizzle it right on the
my
top.
perfect meal.
Just drizzle it right on the top. And this is comfort food at its best.
This is the best.
It really is amazing. And one of the things that I like to do when I have leftovers, look at you. When I have
You know why?
leftovers,
You're not gonna have
It's
any
chemical.
leftovers.
It's chemical.
It's so
So
good.
good.
Comfort, but it's healthy comfort.
It's
So what do you
healthy,
do with your leftovers?
But I also Taco Tuesday.
Good idea.
Taco Tuesday.
Good idea.
I make a lettuce wrap with them. And then I take my leftover mashed potatoes, take my waffle iron, spray it, and voila! A potato waffle. Ooh. Okay. We've got to be
So
creative.
good.
So many ways
This
to use
is
leftovers.
insane. Insane.
This is my favorite meal of the month.
Thank you. Of the month. I'm honored.
And that means even ones that I've cooked, which aren't great. Okay, for these recipes, go to today.com/food. Y'all make this tonight.
This is insane.
Thank you.
All right, coming up next, a taste of New Orleans. We got some goodies inspired by Jenna's latest book club pick. Coming up after this.
You're so focused
This
on the food.
is.
Isn't that shit?
No, it's insane. All right, it is time to check out the goodies inside Jenna's bookshop, all inspired by your latest book club pick. It's called Black Candle Women by Diane Marie Brown. What an awesome book and an awesome person.
Oh, she's an incredible author. Okay, so you can shop along with us. All you have to do is scan that QR code at the bottom.
I've been excited about these. This is my favorite. What you got, girl?
I feel like I curated this just for you.
Okay.
Because Black Candle Women takes place, a lot of it, in New Orleans. Okay. So we're going to start off with something that Hoda loves.
Oh, my gosh.
Café du Monde is a institution in NOLA. So it's, by the way, it's been there since 1862.
You know, it's only closed like 3 days during hurricanes. It's always open. It never closes.
Okay, but if you can't get to New Orleans, all you have to do is buy one of these boxes, and you can make about 2 dozen of them. You can fry them, or you can do whatever else.
Oh my God! Yeah, and it's got the powdered sugar on top. Yummy with your coffee, with your chicory coffee.
By the way, it's under $10 on Amazon. It's a great gift to give somebody who loves New Orleans too. Okay. Obviously, candle is in the name of the book, right? And so. I picked 2 candles that I love. The first one is from New Orleans. It's a small company. It's called Wicks NOLA Candle Company, and the New Orleans native, Tiffany Brown, is the founder. They're all inspired, oh my gosh, by memories of exploring the city with her late dad.
Love it, love it.
Does that smell like New Orleans to you?
Yes, it does.
This is called the Big Easy. Okay. Oh, smell the Big Easy.
I want it.
Okay, the other one, and these are so much fun. They're called homesick candles. So this one, if you're homesick for New Orleans, they try to kind of come up with. Oh, and by the way, 30% off today for these. They have one called Book Club, which I think is so much fun if you're hosting a little book club. Light it up.
Candle. Beautiful.
And they also have a New Orleans one.
Love it.
Did you smell it?
Yeah,
Did you like
I
it?
love both of these. These are amazing.
It's gardenia flowers, it's cinnamon, warm beignets. Homesick is also offering 30% off with code TODAY30. Use TODAY30 for those two.
Love it. Okay.
Okay, there is this small store that I love in New Orleans. It's called Apartment for Lifestyle. It's founded by college roommates. And here it is right there. Look how beautiful that store is. They basically were like, how did we style our apartment? And then they brought in all the things.
Okay, all right.
So first of all, you know, my book has a little hoodoo and voodoo, but look at these big, beautiful candles. Matches.
Matches. Oh, yeah.
If you want to light a fire or light candles, these are very funky, but they also make all of these jewelry.
Love it.
Look at those kind of.
We have to get these immediately.
Aren't they cool?
All right.
Okay, finally, these NOLA-based glasses. They come in sets of 4. They're from the French Quarter right here. You'll see the magnolia leaves. This is a company.
I know this company.
Do you know it?
Mignon Faget.
Mignon Faget.
It's the numero uno. It's on Magazine Street.
They have 2 stores in New Orleans, okay? And These are just adorable cups.
Brilliant. Mignon Faget's been around forever down there. Okay, what you got?
Finally, we have this book stand, okay, because we thought how when you're reading, if you want to display books, like I always put my book of the month out, it's a really cute way to do it, but also you can use it for schoolwork or just to put out a cookbook while you're cooking.
Recipes.
Isn't that a great idea? They come in 22 different colors. You can store them so easily. They're also $9.99 on Amazon.
By the way, so good.
Don't you think that's a cool thing?
What a brilliant idea.
Because look, it's kind of pretty to just display books. And we have this cookbook, y'all, that is by Mason Hereford. He was here. He owns 2 restaurants.
I love him. Yeah.
Remember he helped cook? He has his new cookbook. It is called Turkey and the Wolf.
Of course it is.
It has some Southern dishes you can cook.
By the way, what great picks you made.
Well, I tried.
You did it.
Did that make you feel good?
Yes, I feel at home.
Okay,
You're
good.
the
I hope
best.
so. To check out these products, head to today.com/readwithjenna. And we should mention that Today may collect a commission on items purchased through our links.
Yep, we'll be back right after this.
How good
All
was
good.
that beignet?
Every single thing was good. All right, coming up tomorrow, a performance by Grammy-winning singer Lauren Daigle.
We love her. Plus, the 75-year-old TikTok twins who are spreading joy to millions.
And get ready, we got your spring style guide. And we have one more breaking news alert.
Breaking news. Sarah
Claggett, our producer.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Claggett's birthday was yesterday. So we decided to celebrate you a day later.
We got 5 seconds to say, we love you, Claggett.
I love you. Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
When we do our show, we're inviting someone to come in. We are informing you, showing the world has multiple sides and beautiful sides.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it. Yeah.
In the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, Black-owned restaurants weren't just places to get a meal, several becoming crucial meeting spots for activists at the forefront of the civil rights movement. And the families still operating these restaurants today are committed to honoring their historic legacies. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. We're in Harlem, the epicenter of Black culture in the United States. Now, many historians agree the Harlem Renaissance paved the way for the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 60s. So in this episode, we're traveling across the country to explore 3 legendary Black-owned restaurants. For generations, these beloved eateries have been serving up dishes to historic figures and those fighting for change. First up, we're heading south to visit an iconic establishment that defied segregation laws. New Orleans, a city that celebrates food, music, nightlife, and history. In the Big Easy, you'll find many historic sites that played a vital role in the civil rights movement, like William Frantz Elementary School, where 6-year-old Ruby Bridges broke barriers in 1960, or New Zion Baptist Church, a hub for activists, and Treme, one of the oldest black neighborhoods in America. Here, you'll find the only restaurant on the U.S. Civil Rights Trail.
Dooky Chase Restaurant definitely is a historical landmark institution here in New Orleans.
This popular eatery is a living testament to a woman who changed the face of fine dining in America, Chef Leah Chase.
I'm Stella Chase Reese, and I am the president of the corporation here at Dooky Chase's.
And I'm Edgar Duke Chase IV, and I'm the executive chef here at Dooky Chase Restaurant.
Stella's grandparents first opened Dooky Chase's as a po' boy shop, becoming a full-service restaurant in 1941.
African Americans didn't have that place to celebrate birthdays, to celebrate promotions, to celebrate good grades, weddings, proms. So they opened up a place where that could happen.
But the next generation had a new vision for the eatery.
It was my father, Edgar Chase Jr., and his wife, Leah Lange Chase, that continued the legacy that my grandparents started.
Dooky Chase Jr. was an avid jazz musician who promoted some of America's first integrated concerts.
His friendship with all the musicians, Ray Charles and Duke Ellington and Sarah Vaughan, we would hear stories of them after their performance coming here to dine at Dooky Chase.
And Leah was determined to bring an elevated dining experience for her black patrons.
She wanted the best china, she wanted linens, she wanted them to be served the best they could be served, because she didn't want our community to be deprived of anything else than any other community had.
That community was on the brink of a revolution, years in the making.
Post-1865 and the Emancipation Proclamation, with the masses of African American people now free, the country was overwhelmed. Hierarchies needed to be reestablished. It was important from a white supremacist point of view that black folks knew their place.
By the late 19th century, Jim Crow laws legalizing racial segregation in the former Confederate states. Those laws were further cemented by the Supreme Court case Plessy versus Ferguson, which upheld the separate but equal doctrine. But Dooky Chase's defied those laws, welcoming patrons of all races to dine and discuss political issues facing the black community.
Their willingness and openness to everyone in the community made them a hub of safety, made them a hub of belonging.
But that openness also made the Chase family a target.
There were times that we had people throw things in and try to, destroy the peace. But that didn't frighten my parents. They continued because they know what they were doing was the correct thing to do.
By the 1960s, Dooky Chase's had become a go-to spot where activists could connect and strategize.
We had the opportunity to serve many of our civil rights leaders, Martin Luther King, Jesse Jackson, Rosa Parks, Thurgood Marshall. The list goes on and on. And then Freedom Bus Riders, they came here. My parents realized that until we all learn to enjoy life together and get to that part where social justice would be for everyone, that this community or any other community in our country would not grow and will not be better.
In the 1970s, Leah becoming passionate about promoting black artists.
Her love of art was also celebrated here at Dooky Chase's when she gave African American artists the opportunity to actually display their art on her wall, because at the time they had no place to display their art.
Her extraordinary life even becoming the inspiration for Disney's first black princess, Tiana.
It meant a lot for her because she did have some of the kids dress up and come here.
Leah Chase, the queen of Creole cuisine, passing away on June 1st, 2019. But her spirit and her culinary traditions are in vigilant and capable hands.
This is Leah Chase's kitchen. It's set up the same way, and we love it like that, because as you know, she's still with us. She's still watching us.
Chef Duke continues to serve Creole cuisine that's been on the menu for decades, from red beans and rice to shrimp clemenceau and the famous chicken a la Dookie. But the restaurant's most popular dish, gumbo.
You think back to the civil rights era when we had leaders strategizing in our upstairs dining room. We fed them gumbo. You think about presidents today, President Barack Obama, President George Bush came here. We always started them with gumbo because my grandmother always believed that her gumbo will solve any problems, and we like to say her gumbo changed the course of America.
Gumbo, an official state food of Louisiana. Dookie Chase's version has a little something for everyone. Not one, but two types of sausage. Some Louisiana blue crab.
What we do here is we take the top shell off, we clean it up, and we just crack it in half, release some of those flavors.
Chicken and shrimp.
This is really coming out to be a beautiful gumbo.
Gumbo simmering until it's ready to serve.
I mean, if you just smell this, the neighborhood smelling this, everybody knows when Dookie Chase is cooking gumbo.
Today, the Chase empire is expanding. Chef Duke just opened the family's newest restaurant, Chapter 4.
Being a fourth-generation African-American restaurateur is huge.
Many generations now working side by side.
Being around my family all day, that's the biggest blessing. I'm so grateful that I get to work with all my family, and it's such a joy.
And that joy best expressed over great food.
Hello, family. Enjoying everything.
We are enjoying everything.
What's the song that Rachel?
I'm going down to Dookie Chase to get myself some gumbo. When the service is right, they treat you nice.
The whole restaurant, Dookie Chase's, is a gift to the family that was given by my great-grandparents. And so we want to make sure that, the restaurant sustains that legacy and all the traditions.
Leah Chase said, "Food builds big bridges. If you can eat with someone, you can learn from them.
And when you learn from someone, you can make big changes."
We can change the course of America in this restaurant over a bowl of gumbo.
We can talk to each other and relate to each other.
When we eat together.
A trip to Harlem just wouldn't be complete without a meal here at Sylvia's Restaurant. This neighborhood institution has been serving up soul food since 1962. And what started as a small luncheonette has now become a family empire, beloved by tourists, locals, and plenty of famous faces.
The cornbread was sweet, it was warm, and it just reminded me of home.
It took me back to my grandmother's cooking, so I really enjoyed it.
What brought me here today was that I was hungry and wanted some good soul food. So where do you go in Harlem? Sylvia's.
Soul food is the cultural
identity marker that really symbolizes our journey as a people living in America.
Triness Woods Black is the granddaughter of the legendary Queen of Soul Food, Sylvia Woods.
Sylvia grew up in Hemingway, South Carolina, where she met her love, Herbert Woods, when they were 11 and 12. They fell in love picking beans after school.
But this entrepreneur-to-be wasn't content with life on the farm.
My grandmother, she came to New York when she was 16. She knew that this was a place that was more palatable for African Americans to really live.
Sylvia and Herbert were among the estimated 6 million African Americans who left the Jim Crow South during the Great Migration.
They came, north to escape all of the atrocities that were happening and to really be in control of their lives. If you were Black, Harlem was the place to be.
Sylvia finding work at a diner, Johnson's Luncheonette, which she eventually purchased from the owner with a loan from her mom.
Mr. Johnson knew that my grandmother would make it. And on August 1st, 1962, Sylvia's restaurant was born.
As the cultural center of Black America, Harlem became a crucial site for demonstrations and organizing by leaders like Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X, according to Professor Psyche Williams-Forson.
The heart of civil rights is America, because it wasn't limited to one area. Though folks who were in the North, they still experienced poverty and inequality and voter suppression and homelessness.
Sylvia made the restaurant a welcoming place for activists.
She played her role as ensuring that the community leaders had a place to meet and to commune and to strategize. Everyone dined at Sylvia's. Dizzy Gillespie, Ossie Davis, Ruby Dee. These are actors and actresses that were on the front line.
By the 1960s, the movement had achieved major gains, like the historic Brown versus Board of Education and successful boycotts. But racial discrimination and police brutality against Black Americans persisted, resulting in deadly riots throughout the decade. 2 devastating events just 4 years apart sparked destructive riots throughout Harlem. But Sylvia's was always spared.
Harlem was on fire, and my grandmother kept the restaurant open because the grocery stores were not open, nothing was open. People couldn't feed their kids. And she was in that kitchen making food so that this community would have something to eat.
This strong connection with Harlemites has continued for decades.
We have guests that eat with us every single day. And sometimes we have people that eat with us multiple times a day.
Coming up, I learned the secret to Sylvia's famous fried chicken. Sylvia's in Harlem has been serving up soul food since 1962. And this native New Yorker couldn't wait to get back into their historic dining room.
Oh, wow. It's so good to see you.
It's been so long.
It's been way too long.
Missed you.
I've missed you too. But you know what? The good thing about Sylvia's is it's like I saw you yesterday.
It's coming home.
It's coming
It's
home.
coming home. The dining room walls showcasing famous faces and political figures, along with treasured memories.
This picture is one of my grandmother's favorites. This was when Winnie and Nelson Mandela came to New York when he was freed.
Eating here has become a rite of passage for many candidates.
And there's a young man, I don't know whatever happened to this guy.
You know, I think he might have turned out okay.
I think so.
Yeah.
After a meal here,
Yeah.
this is what sent him on his path.
That's right. It was the chicken. It was the chicken.
But the heart of Sylvia's is Harlem. Triness and her family have worked hard to stay active in the neighborhood, from funding college scholarships for local teens to supporting Black Lives Matter events.
What is it about this restaurant that keeps people coming back?
Authenticity. Authenticity times love. Sylvia's, when you come to Sylvia's, you know what you're going to get. You're going to get some good food that's going to make you feel warm.
Today, over a dozen family members help run Sylvia's empire, which includes a catering business and a successful food product line.
What's it like working with family? Because I know your brother Marcus, your baby brother Marcus,
baby
is there in the
brother.
kitchen. What's that like?
Watching my brother throw down in the kitchen is something that we always knew was going to happen.
Executive Chef Marcus Woods has been at the helm for 5 years.
Sylvia's grandson, it is so good to see you.
Yeah.
And you're back here, you're running the kitchen. What's that like for you? I mean, knowing that this legacy your grandmother's had.
I'm honored. I still get to cook for people like you and the community of Harlem. So as long as I can do that, I'm happy and always honored and blessed.
You know, the amazing thing is food brings people together. You look in that dining room, everybody's there.
Yes. Well, Sylvia used to always say that the first time you come to Sylvia's, you're a guest. The second time, you're family.
According to Marcus, fried chicken, the most beloved menu item.
So, did your grandmother teach you how to do this?
Yes, she taught me how to fry chicken, everything down to the seasoning. She would always say, you know, moisturize chicken and marinate it like you're putting lotion on a baby.
Now I can't get that image out of my head now.
One secret, Chef Marcus first applied a dry rub to marinate the chicken.
No, is that just plain flour?
Yeah, this is plain flour. We add a little coarse black pepper to it. Drop them all in there. You just want to give it a little mix.
Again, the baby metaphor.
The baby metaphor.
Like you're tossing the baby.
After the chicken's coated, it gets a gentle shake. Then it's into the deep fryer.
That looks like tender love and care right there.
Oh,
See
yeah.
how gentle he's putting it in there?
Putting the baby to bed.
Yep. They'll let you know when they're ready to wake up.
What's the best part of working here?
That every day when I walk in, I get to feel like my grandmother's still with me. Yeah.
Wow.
Like I feel her, I can really feel her presence in this place. And it reminds me, every time you're feeling a little lazy, it's like, all right, she's watching. You better pick up the pace. And she treated everybody the same. Celebrity, normal person, worker, dishwasher, cook, chef. I don't know if I can ever live up to who she was, but I'm gonna try. She was an amazing person.
After about 15 minutes, golden perfection.
Wow. That looks perfect. This
Now you're a thigh person, so I know
am a
what you're
thigh
going
person.
for.
Oh, I remember how good this is.
That's perfect.
Perfect?
Wow, the seasoning, it's moist, crisp. Oh. Your grandmother's smiling right now.
That's Sylvia's fried chicken right there.
You treated the baby well.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus, this is fantastic. It's so great to see you.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I'm going to take this piece to go.
Oh, I'm gonna pack up a whole bunch for you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. In Oakland, California, Lois the Pie Queen has been serving up Southern specialties, hospitality, and of course, fabulous pies since the 1950s. But it's more than just a space for delectable food. It's a well-known hub for political activists, artists, musicians, and everyday folks to meet, mix, and collaborate.
Come on down to Lois the Pie Queen. Get your breakfast on and them mean green.
Lois the Pie Queen is serving up much more than brunch staples.
It's just a great place for locals to come, great place for people to connect.
And it's just awesome that I could come to a place like this and have some soul food.
My name is Chris Davis, and I'm owner of Lois the Pie Queen. We serve food that warms the soul.
This family's roots run deep in Northern California. Lois Davis, Chris's mom, began selling homemade pies at her church in the 1940s. They were an instant hit. Her husband, Roland, dubbed her the Pie Queen and saw a new business opportunity.
My dad was a chef at B&G Foods in San Francisco, and they combined both of their efforts to open up the restaurant and serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
In 1953, the duo opening their Oakland restaurant.
So my mother ran the restaurant for 40 years, and it started at 4:30 in the morning for her and ended at 11 at night, and she was a pure perfectionist.
Lois perfecting recipes she enjoyed growing up.
The recipes were my grandmother's recipes. My grandmother was from Texas, and they have maintained the test of time. All of the items that are on the menu were pretty much on the menu when my mom started the restaurant.
From key lime pie topped with raspberry jam to banana cheesecake, sweet treats are always popular here. But there are plenty of savory staples that keep customers coming back every morning. And there's one dish with a special place in many folks' hearts.
You might not find salmon croquettes on the menu anywhere in the Bay Area.
The salmon croquettes are part salmon, part mackerel, yellow onions, salt and pepper, Italian breadcrumbs.
These croquettes, which originated in the South, were a meal staple for many black families.
Most black folks couldn't afford crab, once it became popularized. But in the absence of that, canned fish, salmon croquettes became a major filler.
With a couple of cans, families could make an affordable yet delicious meal. Lois's dishes have brought in celebrities from Sammy Davis Jr. to Zendaya, and sports icons like Reggie Jackson ate here so often, they actually named a pork chop special after him.
So here's my wall of fame and some of the special people that are up here. This is Black Panther Party Minister Eldridge Cleaver.
All power to the people!
In the 1960s and 70s, Lois welcomed members of the newly formed Black Panther Party. The restaurant is a short drive from Merritt Community College, where activists Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale first met, founding the party in 1966. Chris attended Merritt with both of them.
I had Eldridge Cleaver, Angela Davis, Bobby Seale, and Huey P. Newton come to the restaurant. Civil rights leaders and organizers and community leaders would come and meet and organize and strategize. There was a lot of electricity in the restaurant when they visited.
The Black Panthers have a controversial legacy.
The story we tend to hear is one of violence. What we don't hear about as much are the various lunch programs and free breakfast, of course. They saw black communities as in and of themselves resilient, capable of being self-sufficient.
Lois and Chris were not members of the party, but it was during this era the restaurant became an important gathering space in the Oakland community for different walks of life.
When people come and are needy and ask for food, we always do what my mom did, which was we always take care of them. We always give them a meal.
The restaurant expanding this mission amid the pandemic, providing 16,000 meals to locals in need.
It is a place for people to come and get together and try and figure out how to make our community and our world a better place.
Today, that mission to help others has evolved. Chris uses his platform to support local musicians and keep the restaurant buzzy by bringing in younger generations.
I believe that aspect of music and musicianship is something that is in the ethos of the restaurant. Hey, Mr. Jackson, how are you? Good, I'm doing good, babe.
Good to see you, man.
Good.
He recently started a music management company for Wise Men Entertainment that he unofficially runs from the tables at Lois.
It's not an accident or a coincidence that you look around and see a lot of photographs of, famous folks. There's a lot of people that he supports. And I don't mean support just by putting up pictures up. He'll cultivate young artists that are looking to get an opportunity to get a platform where they can be seen and heard.
Would you like hash browns, grits, or rice?
Grits, of course, grits.
Chris is determined to keep the restaurant in the family. His son, Corey Jackson, has been overseeing the day-to-day at Lois for nearly 5 years.
Working with my dad gave me an understanding of not only the hard work my grandmother put forward and how much my dad is trying to fill those shoes, and now I'm trying to fill his.
Corey hoping his sons will share the passion for the family business.
They can't stay away. They have a job right now. They fold silverware. It's great to see my kids and their Papa Chris bond in those times.
Chris thinks Lois would be incredibly proud to see her restaurant continuing to thrive.
We are the oldest Black restaurant in the Bay Area. It is a tribute to my mom's efforts to support her community and to create a place that was a home away from home and a place that served food that warmed the soul.
Say cheesecake. Cheesecake.
As you might imagine, keeping a restaurant running for decades is no easy feat, especially in the face of adversity. But with delicious dishes and unwavering hospitality, these historic hotspots have nourished generations fighting for social change. These places now stand as symbols of resilience, inspiring and feeding a new generation of community leaders. I love the city of Baltimore. I've been coming here for years, and if there's one thing I know, the city of Baltimore is serious about his crab.
I love Baltimore crabs.
This is the stomp and grind of crabs.
And I've been eating crabs since the time I could sit up at a table.
It's a little spicy, salty, and savory, all in one.
If I could describe the taste, you can. You just have to try it. You just have to try it.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. When you think Maryland, you gotta think blue crab, an essential part of the state's culture and cuisine. And no place knows how to cook it up quite like Baltimore. I mean, just as many ways as you can count, you can find ways to eat crab. Of course, there's your basic, your steamed crab with the beautiful spices, and you just start whacking that bad boy. You can get all that beautiful meat out. You can get canned crab if you'd like. Of course, there's also the fabulous crab mac and cheese with a hot dog. There's the crab dip, there's your crab soup, and of course, the king of crab, the crab cake. Yes, but this is a cake that needs no icing. Crab cakes have been enjoyed by many for centuries throughout the Chesapeake region. But here in Baltimore, they're a way of life. And one of the city's most popular go-tos is tucked away just inside the world-famous Lexington Market.
We're headed back to Houston today, and we wanted to have the best crab cake in town.
We're from Orlando, glad to be here.
People been coming to Fayetteville's for years.
Yes.
Ever since I was little, and I'm 25.
People from all around the world come here to Baltimore just to grab a bite of the famous Faidley's Crab Cake. It's made with fresh Maryland crab and family love. Everybody looks the same. How are you, my dear?
Hello.
Hello, hello.
So good to see you.
How are you, sir? You looking good?
You're looking great. Got something for you.
All right. There you go.
There you go. You need one of those.
Oh, yeah.
There you are.
Now I'm feeling really crabby. Pardon me, I've got to get a lawyer because there's a clause I have to have checked. I've known the folks at Faidley's Seafood for years, but they've been serving up fresh crab cakes even longer.
Hi, I'm Nancy Faidley Devine. I own Faidley Seafood. It's been in my family now for, 4 generations, and the 5th is coming up, so we've been around a long time.
I think people are astonished to see my parents at 84 and 89 still working. You can get another 5 cans and do a second batch if you need to with them. People ask her for an autograph, they ask her for a picture, they ask her to hold their babies. You know, it's really fun.
I mean, here's this company that's been part of Baltimore for over 130 years.
Right.
What is it about your place that has people coming back?
Right. I think it's that people come in here and go right away. There's a warmth.
Uh-huh.
It's like walking to somebody's home that's they're happy to have you.
Uh-huh.
You know, come and you feel, oh my gosh, I feel at home. And I get people, we were here 20 years, it's exactly the same.
In fact, Faidley's still stands in its original location, founded here by John W. Faidley Sr. in 1886. Started off as a seafood stall, but over the generations grew into a Baltimore tradition, led by Bill and Nancy Devine, along with their daughter.
Damie Hahn, and I am the 4th generation of Faidley's, so I do everything. Give them a little bit of a smorgasbord of everything. Going over here to fillet a fish, over here to shuck an oyster, over there to steam a crab, back here to fry, up here to make a crab cake, back down on the phone, running in the shipping department. A tray like that is about, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bushels of crabs in order to get that tray. That's a lot of picking, and I don't think people realize how much work goes into getting an all jumbo lump.
Growing up, did you think you were going to end up here? You were going to be doing this?
No, but it was hard to get away from, and I couldn't see it going away. I couldn't see it ending with my parents. So
the pandemic hit.
Yes.
You really had to step up.
My father called me and I said, Dad, you guys cannot come in here. You know, we don't know anything about this virus and the effects, especially on the elderly. And I know you want to be here, but you can't. And he said, Damie, do whatever you do, whatever you can to make payroll. It just makes me cry when I think about it. He said, just make sure that we don't have to lay anybody off. I don't want to lay anybody off. I don't want anybody to lose their job. And we did it.
And I saw it back when I came here in the 90s, and I still see it today. This truly is a family.
Oh, it is a family. And it's funny because I often tell people, Mom and Dad don't treat the employees any differently than they treat me. And that's the God's honest truth.
Which could be a good or a bad.
That's the God's honest truth. And that's why you end up having so many multi-generation families staying here.
That's right. Faidley's isn't just a family-owned business. It's run by family as well. Multiple generations of employees, father and daughter, father and son, mom and daughter, all building a home here.
I've been here since a junior in high school, so I've been doing the thing for a while.
I'm gonna say it's been around 33, 34 years.
And I started at the end of '79, a week before my son was born.
I started at 14 years old, and I'll be 42 years old in December.
It's always a challenge working with family. A lot of personalities, but you love each other and it always works, you know, it always works well.
What's really, really bad is when your kids are grandmothers.
Mom, we were in the middle of an interview. Oh, you just broke in.
You have to start over?
Yes.
You were saying about the challenges of working with family?
It's just a few of them, you know? Just a few.
While the family spirit makes customers feel at home, it's Faidley's crab cakes that keep them coming back.
What kind of oil do you cook your crab cakes in? Soybean, thank you.
So excited to have this crab. And I watch people for the first time put it in their mouth and they go, oh my God. And they're standing at a table in a market.
Yeah.
They're not sitting down to a white tablecloth and having somebody serve it on a silver platter. It's on a paper plate, but it belongs on a silver platter.
Nancy created her recipe in 1987, saying she's never changed it.
So, besides yourself, how many other people know the Faidley's crab cake recipe?
Sleep with her. She won't tell me.
He doesn't even know how to make a cup of coffee. Why would I tell him?
So some people use breadcrumbs. You use crushed up saltines.
Broken saltines, yes. And not fine, because you have to use more. Now, and then this is the magic sauce.
Is this the secret sauce?
Yes.
So it's just enough to mix the ingredients together,
Right.
nothing more.
That's right.
And the
Fine.
big ball of crab right there.
That's it.
Boom. Oh, look at this. Oh, boy. Oh. It was just like I remember eating it 26 years ago.
You know what? I'm told that all the time when people come in here. The best part about this is you haven't changed a thing.
Now, this is a legacy. Well, we know how the crabs end up, but how do they get them? Let's go find out. Coming up, the generations of black watermen who've made a living pulling in Maryland's most famous catch. The Chesapeake Bay men and women who work these waters are probably just as famous as the legendary catch that they pull out. And in fact, it's back-breaking work that is passed on from generation to generation, including blackjacks. Those were the black watermen who worked these waters all the way back into the 1800s and are a vital part of this community. The Chesapeake Bay is home to a vast variety of seafood, but none as valuable or as well known as the blue crab. The catch here makes up over a third of the nation's supply, and on average, more than 50 million pounds of blue crabs are harvested from the bay.
I'm Captain Tyrone Meredith, charter boat captain, owner, and operator of the Island Queen II.
Captain Meredith knows these waters well. He grew up on them.
I'm the fourth generation waterman, and my great-grandfather, he worked on the water, my grandfather, and my father. We've been here ever since the 1860s, making a living working on the Chesapeake Bay.
This has been the way of life for generations of watermen here in Kent Narrows, a town just 50 miles south of Baltimore. For hundreds of years, they've caught, processed, and sold blue crabs to markets up and down the eastern shore. By the mid to late 1800s, Kent Narrows had also become one of many unlikely havens on the bay for free and enslaved African Americans.
There was more black watermen anywhere on the whole East Coast, probably in the United States.
Those watermen, also known as blackjacks, forged their path to liberation on the water. Their expertise essential to the booming seafood industry. So much so, the government granted some black watermen Seamen's Protection Certificates, providing sailors with American citizenship and a path to economic freedom.
Hey, Lois, I'm coming up on you now. Okay, I got you. Yeah? Howdy biting today?
This morning it did pretty good. Well, being out here is your own boss. You do what you want to do and have nobody tell you, go get me this or go get me that.
75-year-old Lewis Carter still finds that same sense of freedom on the water today. He's also one of the last generations of black watermen alive. Every morning before the sun rises, he sets out to catch crabs in the bay.
I started in 1961, I was about 15, and I've been at it ever since. Right now, I'm going down the line, and when I get to the other end, I'll throw it off. Crabs will come up on that bait. The pressure from the water pushes them back in this dipper. Okay, these are the big, large males. You put them in one basket. That's a female with red claws. Put them in one basket.
He's one of the last Mohegans left. There's not too many people that still make a living from the water. Most of them moved away, got other jobs, and it's changing because it's harder to make a living from the bay.
Crabbing season runs from spring into late fall, but changes in climate, cost, and labor have made each successive year more challenging. As younger generations take up new trades, there are less people working the waters and ultimately fewer black watermen.
Back when I started, it was a plenty black watermen, but they died out and the younger ones never taken their place. In one way, it makes me feel bad, you know, and I don't think it'll be no chance no more black watermen. I really do believe that.
Captain Meredith estimates there are fewer than a dozen black watermen on the bay. Like many of his peers, he's had to turn to other work.
Back when I was crabbing teenager, I caught high as 50 bushel a day. Right now, crab is catching 2 or 3 bushel a day. Now I started running charters, fishing charters, because crabbing started declining and the fishing was more lucrative money-wise.
And educational. His charters are an opportunity to keep stories of the blackjacks alive for generations ahead. Although tradition on these waters is changing, one thing remains the same.
Nothing tastes like the Chesapeake Bay Maryland crab. It's got that certain taste to them. And it's the only place like that in the world is the Chesapeake Bay blue crab.
Next, an up-and-coming Baltimore chef inspired by his family's love of cooking. Back in Baltimore, a new generation is putting a spin on the crab cake.
So I'm Alex Perez. I'm the owner of Poppy Cuisine. I'm an artist at heart, so cooking, the arts of culinary, that's something that I'm very passionate about. Not necessarily having a recipe to go off of and just getting in the kitchen, freestyling and coming up with a masterpiece.
It's that freestyling approach that brings people through these doors, clamoring for a taste.
Jumbo, crab, lobster. Crab is king in Baltimore, so you're gonna see crab cakes, crab cake fries, crab cake egg rolls. Everyone's been going crazy over it as well.
This is the bomb.
So I just come back for that, and I enjoy it every time I come here.
We actually live in DC, so we rode all the way up here an hour just to come here.
Right now I'm drizzling our Warhead and our aioli sauces on it. I have a family from the Dominican Republic. I'm Afro-Latino. I'm Black on my mother's side. And pretty much has always had a love for food and cooking food, eating food. So learning how to cook from my dad. So my dad taught me how to cook at the age of 10. I grew up, watching my grandmother cook a lot as well. So I started pretty much combining the foods that I learned to cook from my grandmother with the foods I learned how to cook from my father. And that's kind of like how the whole Poppy Cuisine, was born in her kitchen, essentially.
That was 8 years ago. While working a full-time job, Alex began building a new business on the side, catering food out of his grandma's kitchen. In February 2020, he was finally able to open a restaurant. Then, the pandemic hit.
Of course, a month later, we get the news that we had to shut down and only do takeout. So that just opened up the floodgates, essentially. And you had people standing in line, hundreds of people on the block in that mass, cars double parked up and down the streets. And it was mayhem.
During a global crisis, the city Alex was born and raised in rallied around him. Now, Poppy Cuisine is packed with locals and tourists alike. But the chef stays true to his roots, running it with close family and friends.
My little sister, Natasha.
Hi.
How's it going?
Natasha, my big bro, Alex.
I can employ family members, friends, and so forth, that people who I grew up with, people that I'm close to, and it's very rewarding,
Coming up, I'm going to grab my apron and join Alex and Grandma Gloria for a lesson in cooking crab.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
I wanted to meet Alex and his Grandma Gloria, the inspiration behind his cooking. So I dropped by their kitchen to say hello.
What I know, I picked up from my grandmother, my mother-in-law, and just put my own spin on certain dishes. I didn't follow it to the recipe to the letter.
So you're able to ad-lib a little bit.
Yeah, but he's always asked me when I fix a dish, well, what did you put in this? How did you do this? And I would tell him, I said, you don't have to follow to the letter, put your own spin.
And Alex has done just that, turning the classic crab cake into an egg roll. Genius! The ingredients, simple. A pound of jumbo lump crab, panko breadcrumbs, aged cheddar cheese, egg roll wrappers, and a couple of sauces and microgreens to top it off. There's the star of the show, the crab meat. Put on an apron. I've got rubber gloves on. All right, patient's ready. So how do we get started, Alex?
Yeah, so first what you want to do is say we have some Maryland jumbo lump crab here. So for the most part, it shouldn't have much shells in, but typically I like to sift through it. Just gotta see if there's any shells, and if so, you can put the shells right back in this container.
There you go. So Gloria, did you know you were helping raise a culinary genius?
Well, no, but I know he liked to eat.
This sauce particular is our crab sauce mix. So we're gonna drizzle a little bit at a time, because I don't want to put too much, just enough to bind.
You got enough for Al?
Yep, I think I'll have enough.
She's stayed on me. I like this. I like this lady.
This is why I'm so particular about, when I'm doing things in the kitchen. Gonna start actually rolling these things up. Yes.
Why do you think this recipe is so popular at the restaurant? The most popular?
Well, I think because it pretty much gives you the ability to take a Baltimore favorite and make it handheld and on the go. Just throw in your hand
Kind of a street
eat.
food.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I think that's one of the biggest reasons it's very popular, other than the taste as well.
Right. Well, exactly.
Yeah, because
you can take it with you, but if it doesn't taste good,
exactly.
Come back for it.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take like a pinch of crab. It's around like a quarter cup or so. We're gonna sit in the middle.
That too much?
Yeah, we want to take a little bit out, a little pinch out. Actually, we want to put a little bit more in. Yeah.
Which is it?
All right, so that's perfect right there. That's perfect. And we're gonna literally fold them up envelope style.
What is it about cooking and family that is so important?
Yeah, I think for me, living a busy life as a business owner and a dad, a husband, and things like that, I feel like food is an opportunity for family to come together, talk about things, especially if you haven't seen each other in a long time. And it's, it's a way for us to connect. So,
and Laura, is it true you've never done this before?
No, I haven't. It's true.
Oh. Could have fooled me that you never did this before. Well, look at that. Bam! Done!
Faster than I did.
Wow! Wow! It's a natural grandma thing. Love it. So now we're going to get the deep fryer up here and fry these bad boys up.
Oh, absolutely.
Woo! If you had to describe the heart of your cuisine, what is it, and how does Baltimore kind of is part of it?
Pretty much my story, and I think that connects very well to our Baltimore, because I grew up here, all my life, and I think everything that I faced during the time that I started this company up until now, I've been transparent about, and it resonated very well with the people in Baltimore, and they watched my journey through the years, and I feel like that's really the heart of what I do.
Make sure
it's having crisp around the edges and things like that. So that's why I keep turning them, so it doesn't fry on one particular side too much. And just want to even fry.
Ooh.
Nice and golden.
So you want to cut these diagonally. So I'm going to drizzle. This is our aioli sauce, house made, and this is our Warhead sauce right here. So the sauce is kind of sweet, has a tangy bite to it.
Kind of like Gloria.
Yep, that's right.
Well, I guess there's only one thing left to do.
Yeah, and that's the piece.
Yes, yes. Crab cake egg roll.
Yeah. Here we go.
Wow. Chef Alex, you have done Baltimore proud.
Thank you.
Our time here in Baltimore is coming to an end. We tried the traditional crab cake, tasted a modern spin with crab cake egg rolls, and even went straight to the source on the Chesapeake Bay. At the center of it all, one thing still ringing true: food tastes better when you eat it with family.
There are dozens of Chinatowns all across America with interesting architecture, diverse restaurants, and specialty shops. It's no wonder they're popular with locals and tourists alike. They also provide places for new immigrants and for families to create communities. But with gentrification and all sorts of problems from the pandemic, it's no wonder that all these Chinatowns are rapidly changing. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Okay, so it's no surprise. There's incredible food to be found here in Manhattan's Chinatown, folks lining up all the time. But there used to be Chinatowns in cities and towns, big and small, all across this country. In fact, the longest running family-owned Chinese restaurant is in a place you might never think of: Butte, Montana. At the turn of the century, Butte, Montana was a bustling mining town. The invention of electricity leading to a demand for conductors like copper. Mining boomed, the city flourishing. The demand for labor brought thousands of immigrants to Butte. They came from so many different countries, including Italy, Ireland, and China. It was the classic portrait of the American West, with gambling, saloons, even a red light district. By 1914, Butte's Chinatown was thriving, with over 60 Chinese-owned businesses.
Now we're going to prepare broccoli beef. My name is Jerry Tam, and I'm the owner of the Pekin Noodle Parlor.
The Pekin first opened as a tobacco shop and casino run by Jerry's great-uncle, Hum Yao. 2 years later, Hum adding a restaurant, and the Pekin Noodle Parlor was born.
This building has 3 different levels. The top level obviously is the Pekin Noodle Parlor, and then the second level on the main street used to be a herbal medicine shop.
That shop was run by Jerry's great-grandfather, Tam Kwang Yi.
It's crazy to think that, everything came over from China at one time. Like, they didn't make soy sauce in America. The noodles were fried and brought over on ships because they didn't make fresh noodles. So the history of this place really holds true that this is a Chinese restaurant, from Chinese immigrants.
I met up with culinary historian Grace Young to learn more about America's earliest Chinatown. Where was the first Chinatown and how did it get started?
The first Chinatown is San Francisco. The first Chinese came to California for the gold rush, and that was 1848. And they came because America needed cheap labor. And so from gold rush, they ended up doing farming, manufacturing, and then eventually they worked on the Transcontinental Railroad. And the first Chinatown formed because America wanted cheap labor, but they didn't want the Chinese to live with whites. So they were ostracized from white communities.
So talk to me about that first wave of Chinese immigration to the U.S.
The Chinese came from southern China, principally from the area of Canton, and there was tremendous prejudice against the Chinese. They were lynched, and because the Chinese were willing to work for lower wages, they were seen as the reason why Americans were suffering so much. So the blame was unfairly placed on the Chinese.
In 1882, Congress signed the Chinese Exclusion Act into law. It banned Chinese from migrating to the U.S. It marks the only time in American history that an entire race or ethnic group was banned from immigrating.
But the interesting thing about this Exclusion Act was that there was actually exemption for Chinese tourists, students, teachers, and also merchants.
A landmark court case in 1915 classified Chinese restaurant owners as merchants.
And it gave them a way to circumvent the Exclusion Act of 1882.
It was this exemption that allowed Jerry's great uncle to open Pekin Noodle Parlor in Butte, paving a path for more family members to immigrate to the U.S. and help the business. Jerry's father, Danny Wong, arrived in the U.S. in 1947 as a teenager.
Ever since he was 14 years old, he's been working at the Pekin Noodle Parlor, and he just started with the simple roles of washing dishes, and then he learned how to cook, and then he slowly just started integrating himself into, managing it and working with the waitresses and the staff.
Danny taking over the restaurant in the 1950s, spending years turning it into a pillar of the local community.
Well, I've been coming here for at least 50 years, and they give me plenty of food. I never walk away hungry.
I love coming to work because of all the people I work with. Like, they choose really nice people. And
my father probably employed over 10,000 people at this, throughout his whole entire life. So it's interesting to know that there's nearly 5 to 6 generations of people that, have worked here.
The menu at Pekin Noodle Parlor hasn't changed much over the years.
We do a thing called chop suey, and what chop suey is tidbits of leftover vegetables that were kind of mixed together in its own gravy and served on top of chow mein noodles. We've been serving it for over 110 years.
Chop suey is in large part why Chinese food became so popular across the United States.
Chop suey was the first time America experienced a culinary craze, a food craze.
Mm-hmm.
And it's starting at the end of the 19th century that there are Americans who are venturing into Chinatown. The way they got them to even experiment with Chinese food was to make a stir fry that was actually quite bland.
Mm-hmm.
So they used bamboo shoots, water chestnuts, onions, oftentimes there was celery.
For many years, Chinatowns were the only places where non-Chinese Americans could sample Asian flavors.
Americans were going into Chinatown, some were curious, they wanted to experience curio shops, Chinese operas.
With increased tourism, Chinatowns in large cities grew, but it was a different story in Montana. Like many mining towns, Butte lost many of its workers as production slowed in the 1950s.
Once the copper ran dry, then the people just started to pick up and just kind of move on and move back to their families and the bigger states.
As miners left Butte for new opportunities, its Chinatown disappeared. In the early 1900s, there were 7 chop suey restaurants listed in the Butte City Directory. Today, only the Pekin Noodle Parlor remains open. Jerry Tam runs the Pekin Noodle Parlor in Butte, Montana.
People may know this is the oldest Chinese restaurant in America, but below it is so much history.
Despite Pekin's historic status, Jerry says he was never pressured by family to join the business.
I never learned to cook until I came back in around 2009, because like any Asian American. My parents wanted all of their kids to go to college, so we all went to colleges around the nation and to get a better education, to become a lawyer, a doctor, and what have you. But I went into fashion, and what was great about that is I got to see the world because of it.
In 2004, Jerry even appearing on Bravo's Project Runway. But a few years later, family duty calling him home.
And unfortunately, my mom had a stroke, so my dad needed help, taking care of her and taking care of the restaurant. I think it was really hard on my father because they were in a generation where they loved each other every day, and they were just best friends.
After Jerry's mom passed, Jerry and his dad began operating Pekin together.
He never stopped working, so he was working here all the way until 85, until he couldn't make up the stairs anymore. My father and I spent every day together. I made sure he was healthy all the way till the end, the best of my ability I can do. My father passed in November, and it was really, heartbreaking. He didn't want to say goodbye to my sisters or me or this restaurant or the community. He loved Butte, Montana.
Jerry now runs Pekin Noodle Parlor with his cousin Nelson. Together, they're working to preserve a family legacy and keep a piece of Chinese American history alive in an unlikely place.
I've been asked the question, what is the future of the Pekin? And the best answer I can give you is, let's just keep it the same. Let's not change anything, because that's what people come here for. They need to have their parking spots, they have their booths, they have their favorite place to sit at the bar. I don't think they want any change, because this is a place that feels like home.
While New York City is home to America's largest Chinatown, the honor of the oldest goes to San Francisco, and that's where the Far East Cafe is located. It is one of the last remaining historic Chinese banquet halls. After a 2-year hiatus, this celebrated venue hosted the 64th annual Miss Chinatown USA pageant, a Lunar New Year tradition. The occasion marking a triumphant milestone for this century-old institution. Bill Lee has owned the Far East Cafe since 1999. His daughter Kathy working by his side as the manager.
He brought me into the restaurant to kind of understand the roots of our culture. He wanted me to remember that, Chinatown is about community, is about traditions, is about culture.
For many in the community, Chinese banquet halls are more than just venues for special events.
I feel that Far East is kind of like a second home for, a lot of our patrons that come in because they feel so comfortable. So much history and so many memories, A lot of patrons that have been here, they told me, they're like, oh, my parents had my red egg ginger party. It's very similar to like a baptism. And that was like 50 something years ago.
And that history is everywhere you look at Far East.
The ceilings, like my dad mentioned, the high ceilings, the moldings are all original. And the lanterns were all imported from China in the 1920s. So they're over 100 plus years old.
For the last few decades, there were 5 giant banquet-style restaurants in San Francisco's Chinatown. But with rising rents and gentrification, most have since closed their doors. By early 2020, only 2 banquet halls remained.
The Far East Cafe planned to celebrate its 100-year anniversary with a big celebration. Instead, it's now planning to close its doors.
At the start of the pandemic, the restaurant stayed afloat by cooking meals for senior citizens and low-income residents in Chinatown.
We applied for a PPP loan, and we got over $200,000. We also received money from the feed and fuel program. Then our landlord gave us 6 months of free rent.
Beyond COVID, a different type of virus brought more harm to Chinatowns across the country. Anti-Asian hate crimes soaring by nearly 340% in 2021.
When this started happening, I felt very, very sad and also very angry because I'm like, why is this happening to Chinatown? Why is it happening to our community? For these people to target elderly people, to push them down, to rob them, don't they realize that they have grandparents too, or they have parents that are that age? And if that happened to their parents, how would they feel?
People saw the attacks when they watched the news and heard reports, and they got even more scared. They don't want to go out, even for special events like the Mid-Autumn Festival. We tried to invite them, but they didn't want to come.
We used to be open until 10 o'clock before pandemic. Sometimes we would stay out here until midnight if we had events. Now, we can't do that. We changed the business hours to close at 7:30, because safety is the most important thing.
Business owners across Chinatown still face hostility. George and Cindy Chen opened China Live in 2017.
We've been lucky. We've only had a couple of instances where, people scream anti-Asian slurs. And we're concerned about our employees, coming to work and being harassed. I think that ignorance is very unfortunate.
China Live is a massive marketplace with multiple restaurants. It's in a building that once housed a banquet hall like Far East.
I remember coming to a wedding here when I was in college, and there were, I think literally 5,000 people in like 6 restaurants. But unfortunately, real estate was getting very expensive, so it's not very cost effective if you don't have that business.
But 2 years ago, the couple had to lay off 200 workers. However, with the support of partners, George and Cindy were able to pivot their business on a few fronts.
We did, the Ghost Kitchen was selling outside our box. So we have 10 locations in the Bay Area, from San Jose to Berkeley, and they can order food from those ghost kitchens.
Ghost kitchens prepare restaurant-quality food exclusively for delivery or takeout.
We sold so many Peking ducks, we didn't know what to do with all the duck fat. So what do? You make popcorn with it. So that's why we have a duck fat popcorn.
As business picked up, China Live was able to rehire 100 workers. Despite an uncertain future, these restaurants remain hopeful that business will rebound.
There's more police presence. People are more, as a community, standing up for ourselves, making sure that we have the buddy system, making sure that we're together and we feel safe, that we're walking together, that we have each other's back.
I mean, dining out is an essential part of life, right? I mean, What more fun is to look forward to having dinner with friends you haven't seen at a new place or old favorite place.
But some old favorites just can't be replaced.
During the pandemic, many restaurants have shut down. Far East is now the biggest restaurant in Chinatown. If Far East closes, there won't be space big enough to host large events for the community.
We were overjoyed having that Miss Chinatown USA event here, a press conference, and just being able to reconnect with the community. It warmed my heart. And my dad was just like so overjoyed that people were coming in just to celebrate.
To learn more about the future of Chinese American restaurants, I went to visit Chef Lucas Sin in New York City. This savvy chef is on a mission to save mom and pop shops from closing and putting a spin on the classics. Hey, nice to meet you.
Good to see you.
All right, can't wait to talk and taste.
Come in here.
Lucas was born and raised in Hong Kong. Growing up, he had never heard of dishes like General Tso's chicken. What was your first experience with Chinese American food?
Yeah.
And did you go, what the heck is this?
I was here for summer camp, and on Tuesdays at 10 o'clock or so, right before bedtime, this van would pull up in the front of the school, and you could pick between sesame chicken, General Tso's chicken, orange chicken with broccoli and fried rice or white rice or whatever it was. The first thought was that this is ridiculously delicious, where has this been my whole life? And the second thought is that what in the world is the difference between orange chicken and General Tso's chicken and sesame chicken? Why is there so much that I don't understand about this if last time I checked it was Chinese?
Lucas actually studied cognitive science at Yale, but he always had a passion for cooking. His summers spent training in award-winning restaurants in Hong Kong and Japan. After graduating in 2015, Lucas opened his first restaurant with Yale classmate Yang Zhao. Junzi Kitchen is a fast casual chain that serves modern Chinese fare. But Lucas remained passionate about the Chinese American cuisine he first tasted as a boy. So how did Chinese American food, the food that we have become familiar with, how did that develop? How did that happen?
Now, Chinese takeout is interesting, right? Because it's all over the United States.
So these folks come in, they apprentice in a restaurant, they learn those recipes, and
they
then
go
move
somewhere
on
else, right?
to open their own
exactly.
restaurant.
And then their cousins come from Fujian, and then those recipes are passed on. And there's a remarkable similarity to these dishes.
Despite the popularity of Chinese American food, many family-owned restaurants that once dotted Chinatowns and other urban areas have been closing for years.
Opening restaurants is really difficult, and running restaurants is perhaps even more difficult. These moms and dads open these restaurants so that their kids can go to university and become lawyers and doctors and television hosts and whatnot. And now they're finally able to do that. They don't need to run these restaurants anymore, right? Suddenly livelihoods have changed. That's a good thing.
Lucas and Young hatched an idea to help smaller businesses in 2019. Nice Day seeks out restaurants facing closure, then works with the owners to remodel the space and update the menus. The pandemic stalled the team's initial plans, but the second location in Long Island is slated to open this spring.
It's important to me that these new Chinese American takeout restaurants that we're building called Nice Day work with the previous generation of owners, because they have a lot of knowledge that we don't. They know their customers, they know what sells, they know how to cook these dishes, they have recipes.
You raise an interesting point, Lucas, in that you talk to these retired Chinese restaurant owners. Is that part of the sense of trying to memorialize what could be lost?
Now, preserving recipes is part of it, but the other important part is preserving the way business is done. Chinese takeout restaurants are one of the few restaurants in the world that if they're open from, let's say, 11 to 10, the work hours are 11 to 10. They don't have any prep hours. The same cooks that do the wok stir fries are also prepping during the day. It's ridiculously efficient, and it's got to do with the setup and the way that the kitchens are run, but it's also important to us that we give back to this last generation and that we can make sure that owners who want to retire can retire well, and that legacy can be preserved in a new type of American Chinese takeout restaurant.
While Nice Day pays homage to popular Chinese American recipes, Lucas has been celebrated for his innovative fusion dishes. In 2021, he was named one of Food and Wine's best new chefs.
We serve a mapo mac and cheese here, which is a variation on that dish. It's fusiony and it's silly and it's just an attempt to do something ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. It betrays every chef sensibility that I have, but unfortunately it's delicious and it's interesting and it gets people talking.
Finally, it's time to eat. Lucas showing me how to make his signature dish. How do we get started?
So the mapo mac and cheese, the mac and the cheese elements are rigorously American. This is elbow macaroni,
right?
Cooked halfway, and this is Velveeta. But the mapo element is going to be in the form of a mapo sauce, if you will. The last two elements that really sort of take this over the edge is Chinese sausage.
Oh.
It can function like bacon, and some dried shiitake mushrooms that we've rehydrated. So to start off with, we're just going to cut a couple of things. And this tofu we will then put into the deep fryer.
This concludes the chopping portion of our program. Next, garlic and ginger are cooked till fragrant. Then, spicy bean paste and soybean paste are added to start the sauce. Mushroom broth is added, the mixture brought to a boil so the flavors infuse. Can I give that a try?
Yeah, absolutely. Here you go. So your left hand's on the wok? Yeah.
Yes. I can't get any altitude on this thing. Nothing's coming up. That's why the pros do it, baby.
At this point, everything's smelling quite good. So the macaroni is going to go in, as well as the soup we just made. Once it's boiling and happy, 2 slices of the best
Velveeta
American cheese. Wait for that Velveeta to melt. You'll see that sauce is already beautifully tied together. We like to plate this dish in the Chinese takeout box.
Oh, wow.
Because it's silly.
Well, why not? It's fun. Boom.
Some fried tofu puffs as croutons go over the top. That's a little bit of texture and the homage to the original mapo tofu. These fresh scallions are actually really important because they cut through the heaviness of the original dish.
Wow. There's a little spice, the creaminess, the crunch of the tofu.
I hope you get a little bit of the Chinese sausage, yeah.
Whoa, you've never had mac and cheese like this. Amid a global pandemic, changing family dynamics, and anti-Asian racism, Chinatowns across America and the communities that sustain them face a challenging road ahead.
Every business that is open right now is still fighting for its life. And I think that the best way to fight the anti-Asian hate is to show our love for the community. Come to Chinatown or your local Asian American Pacific Islander restaurant, store, market, give them your business. We have lost so much during the pandemic, and I think it makes us all so much more conscious that we have to protect what we love.
Oh, hi there. Craig Melvin here, filling in for Al Roker on this episode of Family Style. And today we're talking all about one of the country's most popular desserts and a holiday staple. We're talking about pie. And as a Southerner and a pie lover, pecan here, it's my favorite, not pecan, pecan. So this assignment was almost too good to be true. From our Thanksgiving tables to our 4th of July barbecues to Christmas and the winter holidays, pie is central to so many of our celebrations. Homemade or baked at wonderful shops like this one called Michelle's Pies in Connecticut. Americans sure have strong feelings for pie. See what I did there? But how did we become a nation of pie people? Join me as I slice into the significance of this iconic dessert and piece together how and why different pies are so important to communities across this country.
Time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other.
Yes, pecan might be my favorite, but this is my second favorite. I'm a huge fan of a good old-fashioned sweet potato pie. And I'm not alone. For millions of Black Americans, making a sweet potato pie is a meaningful tradition this time of year. And in Minneapolis, one woman stopped selling her highly sought-after sweet potato pie, and with the help of her family, started giving them away for free. Now, through her nonprofit, she is bringing generations together to bake and then gift her tasty pies. It's a recipe for spreading love and creating meaningful connections. You could say they're baking the world a better place.
Here's to the joy of our Blackness, our beauty, our energy, our power.
Yeah.
Just being able to come together in unity. Onward.
Onward.
That's Rose McGee, the founder of the Sweet Potato Comfort Pie. On a fall morning, a group of women gathered at her home just outside Minneapolis.
I appreciated young Brittany Wright approaching me and saying, Miss Rose, you really should teach us young women how to make sweet potato pie.
I'll just take a little piece of the shell itself and just slide it in there, and that'll pull it right out a lot easier than trying to use a spoon because it's thicker.
Passing a tradition from one generation to the next.
Mama Rose is really good at bringing people together, making them feel welcome and having a sense of belonging. And so I thought it'd be really cool on my birthday to bring a bunch of women together, sharing experiences, learning how to bake pies, learning something from the African American tradition.
Each attendee will be making 3 pies to share with their community. 1 to keep, 1 to gift to an elder, and 1 to gift to someone younger than them.
Once we got the first batch of sweet potatoes boiling, I started exhaling. When you peel, always go to the tip, and then it just pulls right out.
For Rose, sweet potato pie is not just dessert, it's a catalyst for connection, one that she considers sacred.
It seems like it's all about the pie, but really the pie just happens to be the sweet spot that brings people together. I used to sell the pies years ago. No idea that one day I would feel compelled
to give them away. Not to sell them, but to give them away. I started Sweet Potato Comfort Pie in 2014, not really realizing that that's what I was doing. After the killing of young Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri, and I was sitting there watching television, I felt this calling. I obeyed that calling and made about 30 pies, packed them in my car, and my son Adam drove down with me. But what I discovered was people wanted to be heard and listened to. They wanted to feel that they were being respected. So I took that to heart and brought it back home.
Back in Minneapolis, when George Floyd was killed, Rose stayed up all night baking pies to take to the memorial site to help her own community heal.
And I didn't know what to do except make some pies. And that's why I know it's not just about me. It's bigger than that. Is anybody really going to respond to that? And people do.
The organization's mission is to strengthen and cultivate relationships with the solidarity and story sharing that is part of making and receiving the pie.
I'm not trying to over-emotionalize anything, but I will say, it's something when people allow you to feel purpose and allow you to see beauty within yourself.
The sweet potato pie we know today was inspired from West African cuisine and dates back centuries. To get to the root of its origins, we must first talk about yams.
I'm Rossi Nastapulo. I'm the author of Sweet Land of Liberty, A History of America in 11 Pies. So a yam is an old world crop and a sweet potato is a new world crop. And so yams are really an important part of the West African diet, whereas sweet potatoes, they are grown kind of on this side of the world.
In the United States, sweet potatoes grew abundantly in the South. Enslaved Black Americans tended to these crops and cooked with them, contributing to many of the sweet potato recipes we know today. However, credit to Black chefs and cooks didn't come until the late 1800s.
There was Melinda Russell's A Domestic Cookbook, and then Abby Fisher's What Mrs. Fisher Knows About Old Southern Cooking. And so these were two Black authored cookbooks that included recipes for sweet potato pie and really were an opportunity for these Black chefs and cooks to reclaim their knowledge and have the credit given to them. When emancipation comes, they continue to make sweet potato pie, and this time they were making it for themselves, their families, and their communities.
So you're just gonna put in a third of the way?
For those close to the sweet potato comfort pie, it's what's in the batter that really truly matters. Antoinette Pearson Ettinger is a pastry chef and helps manage the kitchen at sweet potato comfort pie gatherings.
I was at the first meeting here in Rose's living room. When I was growing up, if there were some trauma in a family or some celebration in a family, you went down the street with the pies in your hand to present to the family that was either in need or is celebrating and communicate with the folks that are there.
Oh, the pies are ready.
Today, back in Rose's kitchen is one of those celebrations in honor of Brittany's birthday.
What I appreciate about this, we have been in responsive mode. We try to respond to these crises that happen across the country and locally. So to do something more celebratory is very uplifting and very inspiring for us all.
It's a sisterhood. Through these pies, through Mama Rose, we're able to celebrate each other, empower each other, encourage each other, and we're doing it in a way through unity.
The future of sweet potato comfort pie, I believe, is a good one. Everybody has this need of wanting to connect, and when you're baking a pie, you're gonna connect.
The heart of the comfort pie connection is love and a commitment to greater good. And of course, always keeping their eyes on the pie.
When in doubt, bring a bunch of Black women into the kitchen and we'll figure it out.
Coming up, a family in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, whose ancestors helped invent a sticky dessert that's still being served up today. And welcome back to Family Style, and another pie rich with history and a little sugar as well. Some say the origin of this pie, known as shoe fly, can be traced back to a cake, specifically the Centennial Cake. It first appeared in Philadelphia circa 1876, celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. And while the exact origins of the shoe fly pie are lost to time, no matter how you slice it, it is a true American original. In the heart of Pennsylvania's bucolic Amish country lies a town with a name that sounds like a familiar adage.
Bird-in-Hand is nestled in Lancaster County. A lot of farming, a lot of agriculture, and a lot of really good, hardworking people.
Just has a peaceful and calm feeling. It just envelops you.
Bird-in-Hand isn't just the name of this small village. It's also the namesake of a family-owned corporation that runs a group of lodges, a campground, and eateries. John Smucker runs the business. Under his wings, the Bird-in-Hand Bakery and Cafe, best known for its shoe fly pie. Raised Mennonite, John and his wife Myrna have deep roots in this neck of the woods.
My family story in Pennsylvania begins in 1752 when my immigrant ancestor Christian Schmucker emigrated from Switzerland and Germany, came to America, established a farm homestead here in Lancaster County. And I'm the 8th generation.
Pennsylvania Dutch refers to immigrants who came to the U.S. from German-speaking countries in the 18th and 19th centuries, mainly to escape religious persecution in Europe. By the late 1700s, it's estimated that these immigrants accounted for more than a third of Pennsylvania's population.
No, that'd be the new farmers. He's out there doing it.
John's ancestors, along with countless others, brought with them new types of cuisine and helped invent that sticky dessert that's famous in this region, shoe fly pie.
The origins of shoe fly pie are a little bit murky. One historian traces it back to Centennial Cake, which was made in the 1800s as a celebration of Pennsylvania's centennial.
Shoe fly pie, an apple pan, Dottie makes your eyes light up.
And so that was a crustless version that then once it becomes placed in a crust to become more easily transportable, that turns into shoe fly pie.
The Smucker family has been serving up their family's shoe fly pie to the public for more than 50 years, and they've been baking it for much longer. But what exactly is shoe fly pie?
I'd start with delicious.
The topping is different. So it's not so sweet pecan pie with no pecans.
Shoe fly pie is a type of molasses pie. It's really a product of Pennsylvania Dutch cuisine, and it's distinguished by its inclusion of streusel, which is very classic to those types of European cuisines.
On the frontier, they had a limited amount of ingredients, a limited amount of resources, and so one of the products that they would have had was molasses, and molasses was stable.
Most shoe fly pies include molasses. The Smuckers, however, do things a little differently.
We do not use a molasses product for our shoe fly pie. We gravitate towards a light table syrup.
Another unique feature of shoe fly pie, the traditional ingredients don't require refrigeration, making it a convenient treat for the many Amish residents in this part of the country. That's Anna Mary Smucker, or to those who knew and loved her, Grussie.
My grandmother, Anna Mary Smucker, was the one who I would say was the ultimate pie baker in our family. I'm sure she picked up recipes from her mother, who picked them up from her mother before that.
In a 1938 edition of National Geographic on the Pennsylvania Dutch, Grussie was even featured with 4 of her kids, including John's dad, and a shoe fly pie. John comes from a long line of bakers, influenced by his grandparents and his parents.
My mother was a pie baker, so she was a busy cook and a housekeeper. And my father was out on the farm and doing different businesses, and so she was busy in the kitchen taking care of the family.
In 1970, John's father, Paul, opened the family's first restaurant. There, they started serving the family's signature pie to locals and tourists. In the mid-'80s, John opened another nest for foodies, Bird in Hand Bakery and Cafe, just to keep up with the soaring demand for their baked goods.
Pumpkin pie, shoe fly pie, and cherry crumb pie. I just love pies.
The pies here are all made from scratch, including the ooey gooey wet bottom shoe fly, using Smucker's recipe that's been passed down for generations. And apparently, this pie isn't just for dessert.
I have it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, not necessarily every day.
What's delicious on the plate first needs to take shape.
And we like our shoe fly pies to be sweet and smooth.
There are 2 main components, the goo and the crumbs. The wet filling is made with hot water, light table syrup, light brown sugar, baking soda, and eggs. It's stirred with a canoe paddle-sized kitchen tool.
So to us, the goo is one of the most important features of the pies.
That filling is poured into a homemade pie crust. The pie's signature crumb topping is made with pastry flour, light brown sugar, cinnamon, salt, and shortening, which is combined in a large mixer.
Crumbs go on top, and then this goo is down below in a layer that's about a ½ inch thick. When we bake it, the crumbs work down through into the pie a bit and help to create what I call that middle layer.
Back when Grussie made her pies, she didn't shoo the grandkids away.
She just let us dig in.
After about an hour in the oven, the pies are cooled, covered, and carried right from the kitchen to the bakery. While visitors to this bakery savor unforgettable flavors and a pinch of the past, for John and his family, the pies are symbolic of so much more.
My grandmother would always say, give good measure. She was a very hospitable person. I see pies as part of hospitality.
These folks are proudly carrying on a unique Pennsylvania Dutch tradition here in the land known as Bird in Hand. Coming up, a New York City baker's quest to bring back a long-lost Christmas-time pie. Pie today, gone tomorrow. That's what seemed to be the fate of a beloved bygone Christmas time pie. It was popular for, well, a New York minute. Well, I guess a few decades to be exact. But today, one bakery in New York City is bringing back this long-forgotten chestnut, rum, and cherry creation called Nestle Road. It's not your traditional pumpkin, apple, or blueberry dessert, but it is a treat that many older New Yorkers probably remember from childhood. Served up with a slice of nostalgia and a memory of decadent New York.
Our motto at Petey's is damn fine pie for damn fine people because we're just so proud to be a New York business. Pie has been a part of New York's culinary history the entire time, and we just wanted to elevate it the best we could. I'm Petra Paredes, and I am the owner and head baker of Petey's Pie Company.
Petey's Pie, named after Petra's childhood nickname, has been serving up damn fine pie since opening in New York City in 2014.
We opened up the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. We sold like 100 pies. And then the next year, we sold 1,000 pies.
This past Thanksgiving, nearly a decade after opening, Petey's sold 10,000 pies. The big holiday rush isn't new to Petra. She grew up pulling all-nighters before Thanksgiving in the name of pie.
Pie's been part of my life since I was born. I was born into my parents' bakery. They have a bakery called Mom's Apple Pie Company in Virginia, and I always spent my Thanksgivings working at their shop. They are still in business, and they still do tremendous Thanksgiving business.
Petra inherited a love of baking from her dad.
My dad is really obsessive about quality of ingredients, and that's something that I have learned from him, to just be really focused on flavor and on like the texture and balance in a pie.
Petra left the family pie business and moved to New York City to pursue a career in teaching.
It was at the end of my first year of teaching that I met my husband, Robert.
Seemingly against all odds, it was poker that brought Petra back to pie.
He, interestingly enough, was playing poker professionally at the time. He wanted a place to invest his poker money. And so I sort of half-jokingly asked him if he wanted to open a pie bakery with me.
Robert didn't call her bluff.
And he said yes. We'd been dating a few weeks at the time, and we spent the next 3 years planning it.
Petey's menu offers the classics like apple, banana cream, key lime, and also a beloved bygone pie. The couple's love of culinary history led to Nestle Road's discovery and return.
One of the things that Robert and I used to do as we were planning our business was we would look at the New York Public Library's menu database, which is really fun. And one pie that we kept seeing over and over that we had never heard of and never tried and weren't sure how to pronounce was Nestle Road pie. It was on a lot of sort of mid-century menus from the 1940s through the 1960s.
This elusive pie piqued Petra's interest.
Stumbling across Nestle Road on these old menus was sort of like discovering a fossil or something.
Petra saw this as a chance to bring back a piece of decadent New York. Her curiosity inspired a sweet revival. Nestle Road wasn't always a pie.
It actually started as a frozen custard dessert in sort of the Victorian ages. A very decadent thing to have a frozen dessert before, refrigeration was widely available. It was like the most fancy dessert you could imagine.
First off, it was named after a Russian diplomat by his private French chef. Not to mention its luxurious ingredients of chestnuts and liqueur. Years later, the Big Apple heavily influenced the evolution of this decadent dessert. It went from a pudding mold to a pie crust.
It sort of transformed in New York City in around the 1940s by this woman named Hortense Speyer.
Baking the pies from her Upper West Side brownstone, the pie quickly gained popularity.
She made pies for like all of the fancy New York City restaurants, all the steakhouses and all the fancy fish, seafood restaurants.
The pie was a mid-century marvel. As demand grew and the pie became a New York City diner and sweet shop staple, many renditions no longer included chestnuts. By the mid-60s, it all but faded into oblivion. Nesselrode is one of Petey's holiday season offerings, but the supply is limited.
Because it's so labor intensive, we can only make 80 over the course of the week.
In creating her Nesselrode pie recipe, Petra sought to honor the origins of the dessert.
I wanted to bring that chestnut part of the flavor profile and bring it sort of front and center. My recipe is almost sort of a mashup of the sort of Hortense Spire 1940s era and the New York Diner 1960s era.
All of Petey's pies start with the same crust.
My crust is based on my dad's recipe.
It pushes the limits with one ingredient.
My crust recipe has like a 8-to-9 ratio of butter to flour, which is really high.
Next up, preparing the chestnuts for roasting.
I puree the chestnuts with sugar and with rum, and that is sort of the base note flavor of the whole pie.
The filling's light, delicate texture is achieved using gelatin.
It's sort of like a chiffon or like a fluffy custard kind of pie.
The filling is then chilled.
We did like a Swiss meringue.
The meringue is folded into the filling. Time to top with ganache. And of course, the final step, a cherry on top. They're actually sour cherries.
When I hear that somebody who hasn't tried Nesselrode pie since the 1960s tried my Nesselrode pie and loved it and just got a sense of nostalgia out of it, it really sort of brings a whole other layer of meaning into the work that I do.
Outside of the bakery, Petra and Robert are raising 3 little pie people, with a 4th on the way.
My kids are really into pie. They really love to eat pies.
As for if their kids will share a slice of the shop one day,
who knows if they'll want to continue the pie business. I look forward to passing on everything that I know, just like my parents did, and seeing if they're interested.
For most Americans, it seems that there's always room for pie, and the significance of that slice can adapt to circumstances, places, and people. Through pie, it seems we can more deeply understand not just our country's history, but our own sweetened memories.
In the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, Black-owned restaurants weren't just places to get a meal, several becoming crucial meeting spots for activists at the forefront of the civil rights movement. And the families still operating these restaurants today are committed to honoring their historic legacies. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. We're in Harlem, the epicenter of black culture in the United States. Now, many historians agree the Harlem Renaissance paved the way for the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 60s. So in this episode, we're traveling across the country to explore 3 legendary black-owned restaurants. For generations, these beloved eateries have been serving up dishes to historic figures and those fighting for change. First up, we're heading south to visit an iconic establishment that defied segregation laws. New Orleans, a city that celebrates food, music, nightlife, and history. In the Big Easy, you'll find many historic sites that played a vital role in the civil rights movement, like William Frantz Elementary School, where 6-year-old Ruby Bridges broke barriers in 1960, or New Zion Baptist Church, a hub for activists, and Treme, one of the oldest black neighborhoods in America. Here, you'll find the only restaurant on the U.S. Civil Rights Trail.
Dooky Chase Restaurant definitely is a historical landmark institution here in New Orleans.
This popular eatery is a living testament to a woman who changed the face of fine dining in America, Chef Leah Chase.
I'm Stella Chase Reese, and I am the president of the corporation here at Dooky Chase's.
And I'm Edgar Duke Chase IV, and I'm the executive chef here at Dooky Chase Restaurant.
Stella's grandparents first opened Dooky Chase's as a po' boy shop, becoming a full-service restaurant in 1941.
African Americans didn't have that place to celebrate birthdays, to celebrate promotions, to celebrate good grades, weddings, proms. So they opened up a place where that could happen.
But the next generation had a new vision for the eatery.
It was my father, Edgar Chase Jr., and his wife, Leah Lange Chase, that continued the legacy that my grandparents started.
Dooky Chase Jr. was an avid jazz musician who promoted some of America's first integrated concerts.
His friendship with all the musicians, Ray Charles and Duke Ellington and Sarah Vaughan, we would hear stories of them after their performance coming here to dine at Dooky Chase.
And Leah was determined to bring an elevated dining experience for her black patrons.
She wanted the best china, she wanted linens, she wanted them to be served the best they could be served, because she didn't want our community to be deprived of anything else than any other community had.
That community was on the brink of a revolution, years in the making.
Post-1865 and the Emancipation Proclamation, with the masses of African American people now free, the country was overwhelmed. Hierarchies needed to be reestablished. It was important from a white supremacist point of view that black folks knew their place.
By the late 19th century, Jim Crow laws legalizing racial segregation in the former Confederate states. Those laws were further cemented by the Supreme Court case Plessy versus Ferguson, which upheld the separate but equal doctrine. But Dooky Chase's defied those laws, welcoming patrons of all races to dine and discuss political issues facing the black community.
Their willingness and openness to everyone in the community made them a hub of safety, made them a hub of belonging.
But that openness also made the Chase family a target.
There were times that we had people throw things in and try to, destroy the peace. But that didn't frighten my parents. They continued because they know what they were doing was the correct thing to do.
By the 1960s, Dooky Chase's had become a go-to spot where activists could connect and strategize.
We had the opportunity to serve many of our civil rights leaders, Martin Luther King, Jesse Jackson, Rosa Parks, Thurgood Marshall. The list goes on and on. And then Freedom Bus Riders, they came here. My parents realized that until we all learn to enjoy life together and get to that part where social justice would be for everyone, that this community or any other community in our country would not grow and will not be better.
In the 1970s, Leah becoming passionate about promoting black artists.
Her love of art was also celebrated here at Dooky Chase's when she gave African American artists the opportunity to actually display their art on her wall, because at the time they had no place to display their art.
Her extraordinary life even becoming the inspiration for Disney's first black princess, Tiana.
It meant a lot for her because she did have some of the kids dress up and come here.
Leah Chase, the queen of Creole cuisine, passing away on June 1st, 2019. But her spirit and her culinary traditions are in vigilant and capable hands.
This is Leah Chase's kitchen. It's set up the same way, and we love it like that, because as you know, she's still with us. She's still watching us.
Chef Duke continues to serve Creole cuisine that's been on the menu for decades, from red beans and rice to shrimp clemenceau and the famous chicken a la Dookie. But the restaurant's most popular dish, gumbo.
You think back to the civil rights era when we had leaders strategizing in our upstairs dining room. We fed them gumbo. You think about presidents today, President Barack Obama, President George Bush came here. We always started them with gumbo because my grandmother always believed that her gumbo will solve any problems. And we like to say her gumbo changed the course of America.
Gumbo, an official state food of Louisiana. Dooky Chase's version has a little something for everyone. Not one, but two types of sausage. Some Louisiana blue crab.
What we do here is we take the top shell off, we clean it up, and we just crack it in half, release some of those flavors.
Chicken and shrimp.
This is really coming out to be a beautiful gumbo.
The gumbo simmering until it's ready to serve.
I mean, if you just smell this, the neighborhood smelling this, everybody knows when Dooky Chase is cooking gumbo.
Today, the Chase empire is expanding. Chef Duke just opened the family's newest restaurant, Chapter 4.
Being a fourth-generation African-American restaurateur is huge.
Many generations now working side by side.
Being around my family all day, that's the biggest blessing. I'm so grateful that I get to work with all my family, and it's such a joy.
And that joy best expressed over great food.
Hello, family. Yeah. Enjoying everything. It's great food. Everything.
What's the song that Rachel?
I'm going down to Dooky Chase to get myself some gumbo. When the service is right,
they treat you nice.
The whole restaurant, Dooky Chase's, is a gift to the family that was given by my great-grandparents. And so we want to make sure that, the restaurant sustains that legacy and all the traditions.
Leah Chase said,
"Food builds big bridges.
If you can eat with someone, you can learn from them. And when you learn from someone, you can make big changes.
We can change the course of America in this restaurant over a bowl of gumbo.
We can talk to each other and relate to each other.
When we eat together."
A trip to Harlem just wouldn't be complete without a meal here at Sylvia's Restaurant. This neighborhood institution has been serving up soul food since 1962. And what started as a small luncheonette has now become a family empire, beloved by tourists, locals, and plenty of famous faces.
The cornbread was sweet, it was warm, and it just reminded me of home.
It took me back to my grandmother's cooking, so I really enjoyed it.
What brought me here today was that I was hungry and wanted some good soul food. So where do you go in Harlem? Sylvia's.
Soul food is the cultural identity marker that really surmises our journey as a people living in America.
Triness Woods Black is the granddaughter of the legendary Queen of Soul Food, Sylvia Woods.
Sylvia grew up in Hemingway, South Carolina, where she met her love, Herbert Woods, when they were 11 and 12. They fell in love picking beans after school.
But this entrepreneur-to-be wasn't content with life on the farm.
My grandmother, she came to New York when she was 16. She knew that this was a place that was more palatable for African Americans to really live.
Sylvia and Herbert were among the estimated 6 million African Americans who left the Jim Crow South during the Great Migration.
They came, north to escape all of the atrocities that were happening and to really be in control of their lives. If you were Black, Harlem was the place to be.
Sylvia finding work at a diner, Johnson's Luncheonette, which she eventually purchased from the owner with a loan from her mom.
Mr. Johnson knew that my grandmother would make it. And on August 1st, 1962, Sylvia's Restaurant was born.
As the cultural center of Black America, Harlem became a crucial site for demonstrations and organizing by leaders like Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X, according to Professor Psyche Williams-Forson.
The heart of civil rights is America, because it wasn't limited to one area. Though folks who were in the North, they still experienced poverty and inequality and voter suppression and homelessness.
Sylvia made the restaurant a welcoming place for activists.
She played her role as ensuring that the community leaders had a place to meet and to commune and to strategize. Everyone dined at Sylvia's. Dizzy Gillespie, Ossie Davis, Ruby Dee. These are actors and actresses that were on the front line.
By the 1960s, the movement had achieved major gains, like the historic Brown versus Board of Education and successful boycotts. But racial discrimination and police brutality against Black Americans persisted, resulting in deadly riots throughout the decade. 2 devastating events just 4 years apart sparked destructive riots throughout Harlem. But Sylvia's was always spared.
Harlem was on fire, and my grandmother kept the restaurant open because the grocery stores were not open, nothing was open. People couldn't feed their kids. And she was in that kitchen making food so that this community would have something to eat.
This strong connection with Harlemites has continued for decades.
We have guests that eat with us every single day. And sometimes we have people that eat with us multiple times a day.
Coming up, I learned the secret to Sylvia's famous fried chicken. Sylvia's in Harlem has been serving up soul food since 1962. And this native New Yorker couldn't wait to get back into their historic dining room.
Oh, wow. It's so good to see you.
It's been so long.
It's been way too long.
Missed you.
I've missed you too. But you know what? The good thing about Sylvia's is it's like I saw you yesterday.
It's coming home.
It's coming
It's
home.
coming home. The dining room walls showcasing famous faces and political figures, along with treasured memories.
This picture is one of my grandmother's favorites. This was when Winnie and Nelson Mandela came to New York when he was freed.
Eating here has become a rite of passage for many candidates.
And there's a young man, I don't know whatever happened to this guy.
You know, I think he might have turned out okay.
I think so.
Yeah.
After a meal here,
Yeah.
this is what sent him on his path.
That's right. It was the chicken. It was the chicken.
But the heart of Sylvia's is Harlem. Triness and her family have worked hard to stay active in the neighborhood, from funding college scholarships for local teens to supporting Black Lives Matter events. What is it about this restaurant that keeps people coming back?
Authenticity. Authenticity times love. Sylvia's, when you come to Sylvia's, you know what you're going to get. You're going to get some good food that's going to make you feel warm.
Today, over a dozen family members help run Sylvia's empire, which includes a catering business and a successful food product line.
What's it like working with family? Because I know your brother Marcus, your baby brother Marcus,
baby
is there in the
brother.
kitchen. What's that like?
Watching my brother throw down in the kitchen is something that we always knew was going to happen.
Executive Chef Marcus Woods has been at the helm for 5 years.
Sylvia's grandson, it is so good to see you.
Yeah.
And you're back here, you're running the kitchen. What's that like for you? I mean, knowing that this legacy your grandmother's had.
I'm honored. I still get to cook for people like you and the community of Harlem. So as long as I can do that, I'm happy and always honored and blessed.
You know, the amazing thing is food brings people together. You look in that dining room, everybody's there.
Yes. Well, Sylvia used to always say that the first time you come to Sylvia's, you're a guest. The second time, you're family.
According to Marcus, fried chicken, the most beloved menu item.
So, did your grandmother teach you how to do this?
Yes, she taught me how to fry chicken, everything down to the seasoning. She would always say, you know, moisturize chicken and marinate it like you're putting lotion on a baby.
Now I can't get that image out of my head now.
One secret, Chef Marcus first applied a dry rub to marinate the chicken.
No, is that just plain flour?
Yeah, this is plain flour. We add a little coarse black pepper to it. Drop them all in there. You just want to give it a little mix.
Again, the baby metaphor.
The baby metaphor.
Like you're tossing the baby.
After the chicken's coated, it gets a gentle shake. Then it's into the deep fryer.
That looks like tender love and care right there.
Oh,
See
yeah.
how gentle he's putting it in there?
Putting the baby to bed.
Yep. They'll let you know when they're ready to wake up.
What's the best part of working here?
That every day when I walk in, I get to feel like my grandmother's still with me. Yeah.
Wow.
Like I feel her, I can really feel her presence in this place. And it reminds me every time you're feeling a little lazy, it's like, all right, she's watching. You better pick up the pace. And she treated everybody the same. Celebrity, normal person, worker, dishwasher, cook, chef. I don't know if I can ever live up to who she was, but I'm gonna try. She was an amazing person.
After about 15 minutes, golden perfection.
Wow. That looks perfect.
Now you're a thigh person, so I know
am a
what you're
thigh
going
person.
for.
Oh, I remember how good this is.
That's perfect.
Perfect?
Wow, the seasoning, it's moist, crisp. Oh. Your grandmother's smiling right now.
That's Sylvia's fried chicken right there.
You treated the baby well.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus, this is fantastic. It's so great to see you.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I'm going to take this piece to go.
Oh, I'm gonna pack up a whole bunch for you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. In Oakland, California, Lois the Pie Queen has been serving up Southern specialties, hospitality, and of course, fabulous pies since the 1950s. But it's more than just a space for delectable food. It's a well-known hub for political activists, artists, musicians, and everyday folks to meet, mix, and collaborate.
Come on down to Lois the Pie Queen. Get your breakfast on and them mean green.
Lois the Pie Queen is serving up much more than brunch staples.
It's just a great place for locals to come, great place for people to connect.
And it's just awesome that I can come to a place like this and have some soul food.
My name is Chris Davis, and I'm owner of Lois the Pie Queen. We serve food that warms the soul.
This family's roots run deep in Northern California. Lois Davis, Chris's mom, began selling homemade pies at her church in the 1940s. They were an instant hit. Her husband, Roland, dubbed her the Pie Queen and saw a new business opportunity.
My dad was a chef at B&G Foods in San Francisco, and they combined both of their efforts to open up the restaurant and serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
In 1953, the duo opening their Oakland restaurant.
So my mother ran the restaurant for 40 years, and it started at 4:30 in the morning for her and ended at 11 at night, and she was a pure perfectionist.
Lois perfecting recipes she enjoyed growing up.
The recipes were my grandmother's recipes. My grandmother was from Texas, and they have maintained the test of time. All of the items that are on the menu were pretty much on the menu when my mom started the restaurant.
From key lime pie topped with raspberry jam to banana cheesecake, sweet treats are always popular here. But there are plenty of savory staples that keep customers coming back every morning. And there's one dish with a special place in many folks' hearts.
You might not find salmon croquettes on the menu anywhere in the Bay Area.
The salmon croquettes are part salmon, part mackerel, yellow onions, salt and pepper, Italian breadcrumbs.
These croquettes, which originated in the South, were a meal staple for many black families.
Most black folks couldn't afford crab, once it became popularized, but in the absence of that, canned fish, salmon croquettes became a major filler.
With a couple of cans, families could make an affordable yet delicious meal. Lois's dishes have brought in celebrities from Sammy Davis Jr. to Zendaya, and sports icons like Reggie Jackson ate here so often, they actually named a pork chop special after him.
So here's my wall of fame and some of the special people that are up here. This is Black Panther Party Minister Eldridge Cleaver.
All power to the people!
In the 1960s and 70s, Lois welcomed members of the newly formed Black Panther Party. The restaurant is a short drive from Merritt Community College, where activists Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale first met, founding the party in 1966. Chris attended Merritt with both of them.
I had Eldridge Cleaver, Angela Davis, Bobby Seale, and Huey P. Newton come to the restaurant. Civil rights leaders and organizers and community leaders would come and meet and organize and strategize. There was a lot of electricity in the restaurant when they visited.
The Black Panthers have a controversial legacy.
The story we tend to hear is one of violence. What we don't hear about as much are the various lunch programs and free breakfast, of course. They saw black communities as in and of themselves resilient, capable of being self-sufficient.
Lois and Chris were not members of the party, but it was during this era the restaurant became an important gathering space in the Oakland community for different walks of life.
When people come and are needy and ask for food, we always do what my mom did, which was we always take care of them. We always give them a meal.
The restaurant expanding this mission amid the pandemic, providing 16,000 meals to locals in need.
It is a place for people to come and get together and try and figure out how to make our community and our world a better place.
Today, that mission to help others has evolved. Chris uses his platform to support local musicians and keep the restaurant buzzy by bringing in younger generations.
I believe that aspect of music and musicianship is something that is in the ethos of the restaurant. Hey, Mr. Jackson, how are you? Good, I'm doing good, babe.
Good to see you, man.
Good.
He recently started a music management company for Wise Men Entertainment that he unofficially runs from the tables at Lois.
It's not an accident or a coincidence that you look around and see a lot of photographs of, famous folks. There's a lot of people that he supports. And I don't mean support just by putting up pictures up. He'll cultivate young artists that are looking to get an opportunity to get a platform where they can be seen and heard.
Would you like hash browns, grits, or rice?
Grits, of course, grits.
Chris is determined to keep the restaurant in the family. His son, Corey Jackson, has been overseeing the day-to-day at Lois for nearly 5 years.
Working with my dad gave me an understanding of not only the hard work my grandmother put forward and how much my dad is trying to fill those shoes, and now I'm trying to fill his.
Corey hoping his sons will share the passion for the family business.
They can't stay away. They have a job right now. They fold silverware. It's great to see my kids and their Papa Chris bond in those times.
Chris thinks Lois would be incredibly proud to see her restaurant continuing to thrive.
We are the oldest Black restaurant in the Bay Area. It is a tribute to my mom's efforts to support her community and to create a place that was a home away from home and a place that served food that warmed the soul.
Say cheesecake. Cheesecake.
As you might imagine, keeping a restaurant running for decades is no easy feat, especially in the face of adversity. But with delicious dishes and unwavering hospitality, these historic hotspots have nourished generations fighting for social change. These places now stand as symbols of resilience, inspiring and feeding a new generation of community leaders. I love the city of Baltimore. I've been coming here for years, and if there's one thing I know, the city of Baltimore is serious about his crab.
I love Baltimore crabs.
This is the stomp and grind of crabs.
And I've been eating crabs since the time I could sit up at a table.
It's a little spicy, salty, and savory, all in one.
If I could describe the taste,